Valley Sports North, the heart of the fan.
The reality is this young man, he can flat out pitch, and we're lucky to have him in our organization.
That's about as well as you can pitch any hitter.
Yeah, we'd like to see this offense break out.
That's over the head of Trout. Miranda will score on an RBI double from Gino Urshela. Ball slashed right center field. Miranda has a couple of hits. Correa drives in the third Twins run with a sharp single to right. Blast one to the gap, and that'll skip to the wall, and he will reach with a leadoff triple.
Well, he's been hot.
Wow. Frozen at the plate. A high fly to left field. Moniak goes back. It is gone into the second deck.
3-0. He knows it's coming in center cut, and he doesn't miss it.
Nice play by Urshela.
I'm going to tell you, that is such a good play.
Another reliever coming out of the pen, it's Jawan Duran. Twins needed a game like this. They've ended a 5-game losing streak with an 8-4 win over the Angels.
The final weekend of baseball for this season wraps up at Target Field. The Twins have a chance to win this series against the Angels. Minnesota got the 8-4 win last night, so now they will try to take 2 of 3 in the final time that fans will see this team in its home ballpark. We are with you down the right field line for Twins Live on a breezy day at the ball field. Marty Gellner and Tim Laudner here on Twins Live. And at any point in the season, in any situation in the season, this is where teams want to be. The final game of a series with a chance to win the series. And that's where the Twins are.
Yeah, the Twins are going to have to take advantage of some of the little things that they have left over the last 10 games of this season. And yes, they have an opportunity to win a series, and they haven't done so in a while. And so you want to make sure you take advantage of it. Much is going to be made of the Minnesota Twins getting back to that 500 point before the end of the season. Well, today will go a long way. A win today will go a long way to getting back to that 500.
And the Twins offense had gone a little quiet throughout the week. They hadn't scored more than 2 runs since Tuesday night's game. That was until last night. That's when the Twins had 11 hits, got 8 runs across the plate.
And we've seen this ball club do this over the course of this past year, where they have sat back at times and waited for a 5-run home run, a 3-run home run. But last night they bunched some hits together, and the ball club's been capable of doing this. This is a really good brand of baseball that these guys have played. Last night was really indicative of that, using the opposite field, using the middle of the field, having some fun running around on the bases, providing some offense and support. Maybe their starting pitcher didn't go as deep as he wanted to yesterday, but the bullpen came in and did a great job. And so when you score runs in bunches like this, that makes baseball so much more fun when you see how these guys got their hits. If that's not using the middle of the field, I don't know what is. Using the opposite field. This was really a good brand of baseball that maybe we didn't quite get to see enough of over the course of this year, but certainly a brand of baseball that this ball club is capable of playing.
And that big blue arcing shot, the Gary Sanchez 3-run home run, that kind of put the cherry on top for the Twins last night. They did put some pressure on the Angels early, too. 2 runs in the first inning, another run in the second inning, and that really set the tone in the ballgame last night. Katie Storm is with us live on the field. Katie, the Twins started their scoring early, and then they were scoring often.
Yeah, as Tim mentioned, they were playing a great brand of baseball, and it started early. Just 5 hits for the Twins on Friday, and last night we saw that offense bounce back. 11 hits with 6 different hitters in the Twins lineup, and it all really got going in that early inning. The Twins set the tone early and often. In the first inning attack, well, it's been a theme all season. A plus 19 run differential in the opening inning ranks 8th in baseball. Last night truly helped with that when the Twins outscored the Angels by 2 runs in the first. And like I said, it set the tone for the rest of the night. A well-balanced attack for this Twins lineup. Luis Suarez and Rocco Baldelli say the early attack has been a result of good preparation and the desire to compete.
But like yesterday, what I say, we just need to compete. Go there first inning. We just need to score like 5 runs. It's okay. We got a lot of. I got my teams. They can hit. They can do a lot of things there. So we just needed like start and then finish strong.
Going into the game, we spend a lot of time on the starting pitcher, and some of these guys we've seen a lot of, some of these guys we haven't, but knowing exactly what that pitcher is doing approach-wise, knowing exactly what that pitcher's stuff is, finding ways to mimic some of those things and, know and experience some of that before you go into the game is actually really important. And, not being surprised by your first at bat when you go out there and face a new pitcher is what you're looking for. So our guys have done a pretty good job, I think, this year of executing that plan going into the game.
Yeah, that production in the first inning has been important all season long. And on top of that, when the Twins score first, well, good things happen after last night. They're now 59-25 this season when scoring first. So Marnie will keep an eye if that's the attack for the Twins today as they look to grab their second win here in front of the home crowd.
Always a good plan for the Twins. Jose Miranda was the guy that scored that first run. He also got the first hit of the game on the first pitch of the game. He singled that one into center field. Miranda ended the night with 3 hits, reached base 4 times. And Roy Smalley, this is a guy who had been in an 0 for 14 slump, but Miranda got himself out of that in a big way last night.
It's funny. Timmy was just saying how good brand of baseball, hit the ball up, back through the middle into the opposite field. Jose Miranda does that about as well as any young hitter I've seen in quite some time, but he had gotten away from it just a little bit. His tendency, it seems to me, Timmy, is to swing at some high fastballs out of the zone and swinging some low sliders in the dirt. Looks like he's trying to pull the ball a little too much. Last night, everything seemed to get simple. Went up there the first time up, got a base hit to right center, came up another time, base hit to right center. One beautiful 2-strike swing right there where he's way out in front, but he kept his hands back and just slapped the ball to right field. And one of the things that I love about Miranda is he's got a chance. I think he's going to get better and better at home runs and big run production. But he's got an idea about a 2-strike approach. He's got an idea about putting the ball in play all over the field. We saw that in evidence last night. And 3 hits as a result, that's not too bad.
No, that's pretty good. And he's back in that leadoff spot again today for the Twins. And it's been a tremendous rookie season for Jose Miranda, but not necessarily from day one. No. He didn't come in that first month and just click right away. It took him a minute to figure out big league pitching. Miranda only hit 176 in the month of May, was sent to be demoted to the minor leagues and never actually had to go, but that was sort of the turning point for Jose Miranda. Then he took off.
Yeah, first part of the season, I thought he was a little bit overwhelmed by everything that was going on. The game sped up on him, and he had to find some kind of a way to slow the game down, and that's exactly what he did. And over the course of the next 4, 5, 6 months after that May 30th, well, you see what his numbers would be if you extrapolated them out to a 162-game schedule. Pretty good when you think about it, especially when you think about the fact that Jose Miranda right now has a little bit under 450 career at-bats. And we always talk about guys, once you get to that 1,000, 1,250, 1,500 at-bats, now you can really start to make some determinations about what kind of a hitter you are. And when you think about that, Jose Miranda, you're 100% correct, Roy. This young man is going to continue to get better. One of the things that I like most about Jose Miranda is he stays on top of the baseball. He's not stepping up into the batter's box, looping his swing, trying to hit the ball 9 miles. He's trying to stay on top of the baseball. He's trying to drive the baseball. He's trying to hit line drives. I like that a lot about this young man. And
I thought the interesting thing on that graphic, Roy, was that if he'd played 162 games at that same pace, just kind of getting rid of the first few weeks of the season, 100 RBIs and a 24 home run season for a rookie. That's pretty impressive.
Yeah, that just gives you an idea of how strong he's been this year and how much the Twins have depended on him offensively with all the guys hurt. No Buxton, no Polanco, a lot of Max Kepler's hurt, no Larnach, no Kirilloff, and this guy stepped up and provided an awful lot of run production as a rookie, not knowing any of the pitchers in the league. It really can't say enough about his baseball hitting IQ, I think. Yeah, I think Timmy and I both agree he's going to be a really, really good hitter for a long time here in this league.
24 years old. Yeah, Twins fans certainly hope that we will see his production for many years to come on this ball club. And still to come on our show on Twins Live here this afternoon, we will learn a little bit more about Jose Miranda off the field. Can he sing and can he dance like his famous cousin? Audra Martin will let us know the answer to that. Plus, Dylan Bundy gets the start today, his final appearance at Target Field this season. We'll preview Bundy on the bump. But first, the Twins are in position to win this series. Rocco Baldelli from the clubhouse before this finale against the Angels after this.
I think I just need someone more emotionally available. We seemed like a good match, but in person, I'm just getting a lot of mixed signals.
It's the bobblehead, isn't it?
I love your smile, but I can't do this anymore.
I thought you were a home run.
Oh gosh, Max, don't do this.
There's a better way to bring the game home. Visit MLBshop.com for your favorite team gear and today's special offer.
The game is changing, and so are the shows that talk about it. MLB Network's Off Base.
What's going on, everyone?
A modern baseball show for the modern baseball fan.
It doesn't get much better than sitting around and talking baseball.
Only on MLB Network.
Baseball's biggest moments are live on MLB Big Inning. MLB.tv's nightly show takes you from game to game for all the grand slams, no-hitters, walk-offs, and more as they happen.
Wow, he can do it all!
Don't miss the ultimate baseball highlight reel.
This is some kind of awesome.
After your game ends, the action's just heating up on MLB Big Inning. Every night on MLB.tv.
We're going to break down everything you need to know from Week 3 in the NFL.
And we've got you covered for all the important stuff down the home stretch of this Major League Baseball season.
Plus, Joshua Perry is back in the studio, and we're breaking down some of the biggest matchups, including the Giants taking on the Cowboys. You don't want to miss it. You can catch it right here on your local Valley Sports Network. We'll see you then.
Live on Valley Sports North is brought to you by Menards. Save big money at Menards on all your home improvement needs. The Twins beat the Angels 8-4 last night, have a chance to win this series on the final weekend series here at Target Field this season. Listen into a little bit of Rocco Baldelli from the clubhouse, including Rocco talking about the injured guys and if we will see them back on the field in these final 10 games of the season.
Well, no, we're not going to blanket shut everyone down, but I think most of the players that are not playing right now are probably not returning. But that being said, they're all different. They're all kind of unique circumstances. I mean, we have a guy at AAA who's catching and DHing and getting work in Jeffers, who I think there's still a chance that, you know, we could see him back.
With 10 games to go, do you guys see a tangible benefit in that and pushing some of those guys back?
I think proving that you're healthy and getting back out there, if you're ready to play. I mean, this is still a Major League Baseball season. You know, we're not going to the playoffs this year right now, but I think maybe I'm wrong mathematically on that, but we're not, you know, where we need to be, where we're going to be pushing guys to get back on the field, I guess is probably the best way to say it. But that being said, if guys are healthy and they're ready to play on the physical side and on the baseball side, I mean, they should probably play. I think winter ball has a really good kind of place for certain players. I also think the players have to be excited about going to play, to go do it. We have some guys that I think are planning to go play winter ball, some guys on the roster right now, but we have things like the fall league for younger players and things. But winter ball is, I think, something that actually gets players in a really good spot going into spring training. Sometimes guys need winter ball because they lack at bats or they lack innings, and they need to they have things they still need to accomplish, and they want to go into spring training in a really good spot. The guys that have played winter ball and go into spring training, they're ahead of everyone else. And sometimes that even leaks into April, where they're still ahead of everyone else, even after a long camp.
The series finale against the Angels is just after 1 o'clock. Jose Miranda is coming off a 3-hit game, but what is he like away from the field? Next.
Evan Longoria, a guy last year who was one of the catalysts to a surprising Giants team.
Meet Evan Longoria. He's watching MLB Network.
Longo's hitting with big-time power. Still that
because that's what baseball fans do.
Here we go, Longo, 2022.
Jose Miranda. He had a 3-hit night last night, and it was the 8th time this season that Miranda has had a 3-hit night. It has been a really solid rookie season for Miranda. Now, that's all on the baseball field. Audra Martin tells us a little bit more about Jose Miranda away from the diamond.
All right, Jose, we're getting back to the basics of throwing the ball around. What were some of your earliest memories of playing catch and falling in love with the game of baseball?
Just playing in my backyard in my house with my dad, just throwing the ball around and just watching everyone play in Puerto Rico. They love baseball, so I just fell in love with it. And now, now it's more.
I know you take a lot of pride in being from Puerto Rico. What was it like playing baseball in Puerto Rico, growing up, and being able to live your dream representing your country?
Yeah, no, it's a dream come true, especially signing at a young age, coming from Puerto Rico. Everyone's dream is just, obviously, they want to sign, and now representing Puerto Rico here in the big leagues and next year in the World Baseball Classic, it's a dream come true. I dream about it since I was little, since I was like 7, 8 years old, and now I'm living it, so it's great.
When you were growing up, who was your team? Who were some of the players that you looked up to the most?
Well, my favorite players growing up, it was Derek Jeter and Alex Rodriguez. So growing up, it was like, I was like a Yankee fan, but now not anymore, you know. Things change. I grew up, now I'm with the Twins, so it's just, now it's the Twins.
Yeah, you're with the Twins. You can't be a Yankees fan when you're with the Twins. But speaking of the Yankees, we were in New York. Your family was there from Puerto Rico. And I was actually sitting right by them when you hit that home run in Game 1, and they went bonkers. It was awesome. What did it mean to you to have your family there with you from Puerto Rico?
Yeah, no, it meant a lot. It meant a lot, especially because I had my mom, I had my dad, I had my stepdad there, some cousins. So it meant a lot, and especially being on Yankee Stadium, you know, playing there it was a lot of fun, and hitting a home run, you know, it was a great moment.
A deep drive to left field, to the pole, and a home run, a two-run home run for Miranda to jumpstart the Twins in New York.
I know you are probably tired of talking about your cousin, who is Lin-Manuel. I'm going to take it another direction. Let's just say that he came to you years down the road and said, hey, Jose, I want you to be in one of my shows. How would you judge your acting and or your singing skills?
Oh, I'm awful. I'm awful at both. I'm bad at singing, I'm bad at dancing, acting, everything. I think I'm just good at baseball.
Okay. You are a proud girl dad. What is the best part about raising a daughter?
Everything. From the moment that I get to my house after the game, or when I see her after the game right here at the field, you know, she's always happy, excited to see me. She's jumping around. She has a lot of energy, and it's fun.
I love your tattoo of you and your daughter. I know the picture is you and your daughter watching fireworks at CHS Field. Tell me about that tattoo. What made you get that, and how proud are you to have her on your arm every day you take the field?
No, I mean, I got it this past offseason, and I'm super proud, you know, because I always got her here in my arm, and it was a nice moment. It was a great picture. My fiance was the one that took her last year when I was back in St. Paul. I saw the picture, and I was like, I wanted a tattoo already, and I was like, okay, this is what I want. So it means a lot, you know, it means a lot having there with me. It's awesome for me.
What do you like most about Minnesota and the Twin Cities?
Well, I think I can say I like the Mall of America. I like it a lot. It's a good one. I've been there a lot. I like the fans from the Twins. They're good. Now I like the weather. First of all, like first months, it was tough weather for me, cold, but now it's good. There's a couple things I like. I want to know better Minnesota, so I can tell more things about it. But yeah.
Have you gone fishing?
No, not fishing.
Okay, there we go. That's a good place to start. Twins fans, if you need somebody to fish with, Jose Miranda needs a lesson on life on the lakes here in Minnesota. Appreciate you doing this.
Thank you.
A really awesome season so far, so keep it up down the stretch.
Yeah,
all right.
Let's go.
What a likable guy. Jose Miranda batting leadoff and playing first base today for the Twins. A look at Dylan Bundy's starts after this.
Wow. Really?
Every time he takes the field, he competes not only against the other team, but against the toughest adversary, himself. MLB Tonight, where the best outdo their best on MLB Network.
Watch games and coverage all day, every day, your way on MLB Network.
Roberto Clemente, que ha impactado Puerto Rico y el mundo.
Esta pieza que estamos haciendo ahora es porque nos impactó la historia de Clemente.
Roberto Clemente, one of the outstanding baseball players in the game today.
Y no es el deporte, no es la figura, no es los puntos, no es eso, es lo que hizo por la cultura.
I always work with the youth in Puerto Rico, and I would like to keep working with the youth, which it means a lot to me.
Field. We're back on Twins Live. Marty Gellner and Tim Laudner. It's the first season with the Twins for Dylan Bundy. He pitched the last 2 seasons for the Los Angeles Angels, but especially the numbers here at Target Field, the 11 starts that Bundy has made with ERA in the upper 3s, that's a pretty good home season for a starting pitcher.
Yeah, I think that Dylan Bundy's been kind of a pleasant surprise for the Minnesota Twins. They maybe did a little bit more than took a flyer on this guy, but they took a chance on Dylan Bundy because, in Dylan's own words, nobody else gave him an opportunity to pitch, and so he was happy to come here and put on a Twins uniform and throw some pitches for these guys this year. He's done very well, though. He's had a couple of bumps in the road. You tell me a starter that hasn't had a couple of bumps in the road, but Dylan Bundy, even with those bumps in the road, he's given up some early offense, but he has still found a way to pitch deeper into the ball game. He might give up a couple early runs, but he's going to give you 5. He might give you 6. And I think that that's been a pleasant surprise for the Minnesota Twins. Now, this guy's not going to light up the radar gun. He's not going to be pumping it in there 98, 99 miles an hour. In fact, we might see 90 today. We might see 91. But the reality is that he's going to mix up his pitches. He's going to use his fastball, and he's going to throw it over the plate. He's going to try to do his very best not to walk anybody, not to give up any free passes. And that's Dylan Bundy's best way to give his team an opportunity to win the baseball game. I don't think pitching against his former team adds any motivation to this guy. I just think he just wants the ball, and I think he just loves to pitch.
We saw the numbers when he did face his former team last month in Anaheim. A shutout through 5 innings, just 2 hits allowed to the Angels. So it'll be Dylan Bundy this afternoon for the Twins as they try to win this series against Los Angeles, trying to take 2 of 3 in the final weekend of baseball here at Target Field for the season. Twins will try to give these home fans a series win. Dylan Bundy from Minnesota, lefty Jose Suarez starts for LA. It's Twins and the Angels rubber match from Target Field next.
Nos impactó la historia de Clemente, lo que hizo por la cultura.
Trabajaba entre la noche, estudiaba en la mañana y entrenaba en las tardes. Así era, puedo decir, todo mi día, todos los días.
Minha baixa é que estou porto lá para beber tu basco.
Si tú tienes en tu corazón sembrar deporte en alguien, puede cambiar la vida a quien sea.
teams, the heart of Minnesota. Valley Sports North, the heart of the fan.
Sadly, it's the last Sunday afternoon of the home schedule and the final game of this three-game series between the Angels and the Minnesota Twins. And we welcome you on this beautiful Sunday afternoon to Target Field. Dick Bramer along with Roy Smalley. The injuries have depleted the roster. It's also been on a nightly basis now. What we've seen is, in terms of experience, the batting order is pretty top-heavy, and that's fine as long as the guys produce like they did last night.
And produce they did. And Rocco Baldelli has moved all of his studs up in the first part of the lineup, and Miranda, Correa, Urshela, they all contributed last night. They all did their manager proud, giving them a chance to jump out ahead and then keep hitting. Miranda with 3 hits, Urshela 3 hits, and then Gary Sanchez behind everybody with 4 RBIs, a big 3-run home run on a 3-0 pitch. And the Twins finally got a little bounce in their step here today because of what they did last night.
And again, the lineup will be a little top-heavy for Rocco Baldelli today. And you see what they did last night. The hope is that they can score 8 runs again, because the Twins, even though they are all but out of contention for a postseason spot, still would like to finish at or above 500. And to that end, the schedule ahead looks like it's a doable thing.
You know, when you're in this position where you're not going to win the division, but you still have outside chance for the wild card, you still have a chance to finish in second place. You want to finish as high as you can. They've got 6 games left with the White Sox. If they beat them up, they're going to really ruin the White Sox season. They're going to feel a lot better about finishing second. So after last night, I'm kind of excited about this game. I hope the Twins are, because they win this game, then he'll beat the White Sox, and they're in good shape.
Dylan Bundy had maybe his best start of the season against the Angels in Anaheim, and he'll try to duplicate that as the Twins hope to win this series 2-1. It's a beautiful afternoon for baseball here at Target Field. We can't wait for first pitch, but we'll have to for another few minutes.
A new quest has begun.
A quest for success.
Wow!
What a star by that one.
A quest for redemption. My quest begins now.
Unbelievable!
All the way to October.
Oh my goodness!
Only on MLB Network.
That's God!
Struck him out!
Our national pastime, all the time.
Northland Ford. Visit buyfordnow.com and your local Northland Ford dealer today. By Grand Casino, let your story begin. And by Luther Group. Shop the Twin Cities' largest selection of vehicles at lutherauto.com.
The Twins wrapping up their final series of the weekend here at Target Field after a double-digit hitting night that helped them get back in the win column. Minnesota is seeking their third victory over the Angels this season in their final meeting of 2022. Hello and welcome back to Target Field. I'm Katie Storm. Just 10 games remain on the schedule for the Twins this season. Yes, it's not the finish to the year the Twins would have hoped for, but the future is bright for this club next year. Speaking of next year, season ticket memberships are on sale now. Some amazing seats you could purchase to be able to sit here at Target Field and witness some Twins baseball next season. Suarez and Rocco Baldelli are certainly excited for what's to come for this team.
We have a really good group of guys coming back, guys that can do a lot of different things out there on the field. We saw a lot of it this year, but I think, you know, getting the full collection of talent back on the field is going to be something we're all really looking forward to. A good full dynamic starting rotation and one of the better bullpens you're going to see. So, you know, we can talk about all the players individually, and I know there'll be a different time for that, but some excellent Major League talent.
We got a good team for next year. I mean, this year was tough, but it's not finished already, but we need to wait for the next year, and then I want the fans coming to buy a lot of tickets and come to watch us play here.
To purchase your season tickets or for more information, you can go ahead and head to twinsbaseball.com/season tickets. And all throughout today, I'll be showing you some of these seats that are still available for purchase next season. So stay tuned for that, and stay tuned as the Twins look for the series win over the Angels in this finale in downtown Minneapolis. Dick and Roy lead you up to first pitch next, right here on Bally Sports North.
Baseball's biggest moments are live on MLB Big Inning. MLB.tv's nightly show takes you from game to game for all the grand slams, no-hitters, walk-offs, and more as they happen.
Wow, he can do it all!
Don't miss the ultimate baseball highlight reel.
This is some kind of awesome.
After your game ends, the action's just heating up on MLB Big Inning. Every night on MLB.tv.
Until today, an absolutely perfect late September afternoon for baseball. 67 degrees, a few puffy white clouds, and well, what a great way to finish the Sunday home schedule with a gorgeous day like this. Bill Nevin given the job to manage the Angels midway through the season with Joe Madden being dismissed. Things are in a little bit of a chaotic state for the Angels. The owner says he might want to sell. So there's, I guess, a decent chance that Phil might be asked to take over the job full-time for the 2023 season. The Menards batting order for the Angels. Rengifo leading things off, then Mike Trout, Shohei Ohtani, Taylor Ward, Matt Tice, Mickey Moniak, Max Stassi, Livan Soto, and then Michael Stefanik.
Dylan Bundy on the hill for the Twins today. He's pitched very well at home, and when he's good, he's been very good. Look at his numbers there. It really is kind of a tale of I can hit my spots or I can't with all my pitches. As we look at what he throws, he's basically fastball, slider to right-handers, fastball, changeup, and a curve to left-handers. So we'll see if he can have command of all 3 or 4 of those pitches that he wants to throw.
Rengifo to lead things off. Just off the outside edge, ball 1. Rengifo, Trout, and Ohtani facing Bundy. 5 innings, just a couple of hits, no runs allowed against the Angels back in early August, and now 2-0. Tap foul. Figures to be Bundy's next to last start of the year. And his final start might be against the Tigers next weekend. And regardless of what kind of year you've had, you want to finish your season on a high note. Tap foul, 2-2.
You get an idea right here off the bat, as it were. First hitter, how Dylan Bundy wants to pitch. 2 fastballs and 2 changeups. He wants to throw changeups to left-handers in fastball situations, surprise them with fastballs in other counts.
That's hit to the right field corner, chased by Cave, makes a nice running catch. We've seen Jake play primarily in left field, but with the left-hander going for the Angels, Matt Wallner, a less experienced left-handed batter, starts the day on the bench, and Cave switches to right and turns in a nice play over there as well. Northland Ford defense for the Twins. Nick Gordon is in left. Celestino in center with Cave in right. Urshela, Correa, Palacios, Miranda, the infielders. Caleb Hamilton getting the start behind the plate. So 1 down, and now Mike Trout. 5 for 11 with a couple of home runs in his career against Bundy. In fact, that Bundy pitched so well against the Angels back in August, in part because Trout wasn't playing for them.
Everybody's going to pitch a little bit better against the Angels if Trout's not in the lineup.
Cracked a RBI double in last night's game.
Battled injuries again this season, still putting up big numbers for the number of games he's played. Big run production, big on base plus slugging, of course, always.
One strike to Trout. Snatched out of the dirt by Hamilton, 1-1.
As I mentioned, Bundy will be primarily fastball and slider against right-handers. He doesn't throw a lot of changeups to right-handers occasionally, but that curveball you just saw there, he'll use that as sort of the change of pace pitch off of his fastball and slider.
Swing and a miss. 1-2. Checked his swing that time, 2-2. Angels head home after the game today. Twins will have tomorrow as an off day in the middle of this homestand before the White Sox come in for 3 starting Tuesday night. To the right field corner and deep. Cave. Not able to make a play. Wind blowing from the left field pole to the right field pole, and it may have helped push that ball out of play.
Cave went over there acting like I really got a shot at this. Ball just into the first row, right at about the highest, one of the highest parts of the fence there. But that's a pretty good leap.
Drilled to the left field corner, and it'll be a double. That ball bounced over the fence and I believe hit the foul pole, and so it's a 1-out double for Mike Trout, similar to the double he hit last night to drive in a run.
You can kind of see that coming. When Trout got the fastball and was late on it the pitch before, you knew he had his 2-strike swing going, and when he's not definitely trying to pull the ball, his 2-strike approach, you throw a breaking ball strike, he's about as good as there is in the game. A little bit like Kirby Puckett used to be. I could never figure out why anybody threw a breaking ball strike to Kirby. He just never missed them, and Trout doesn't miss a lot of them either.
For whatever reason, Dylan Bundy has owned Shohei Ohtani. Now, they were former teammates, but Bundy has faced Ohtani 9 times and retired him all 9 times. One and one.
One thing that I've noticed watching Ohtani here over the years is if you pitch him hard inside, he'll be a little bit vulnerable to changeup. That pitch right there, that's where Bundy wants to pitch him. He wants to get him thinking about fastball, maybe something inside, and then get him to chase that change. But Ohtani didn't bite at it that time.
Flip foul over the Angel dugout.
You see it right there. Ohtani just kind of getting on fastball speed, and he's way out in front of the changeup. That's the way I've seen guys have some success. You're not going to have a whole lot of streaks beyond 0 for 9 against this guy, whoever you are, but that's the way I've seen pitchers try to go at him.
Two and two to Ohtani. Over the tarp and out of play.
Fastball at only 90 miles an hour, but it was in a perfect spot, in under his hands. It beat Ohtani. Bundy just doing the old back and forth with speed.
Center field, and that's down for a hit. Trout will be held at third, and the throw all the way to home plate, and that gets away. Bundy wasn't backing the play up, and a run will score. And Ohtani takes a big turn at second base. Couple things. One, Celestino again overshot the cutoff man, and then Caleb Hamilton couldn't knock down the first hop, and Bundy wasn't behind the catcher like he should have been. So a breakdown on multiple fronts, and it's 1-0.
Yeah, that's 3 oops in a row right here. This time the fastball was not inside. It was out over the plate where Ohtani's pretty good. He lines the ball into center. This is cardinal rule and big mistake number 1. No way you throw the ball that high. You have to hit the cutoff man first and foremost. Caleb Hamilton's got to figure out some kind of way, as tough as that is, you got to block that ball, and then of course Bundy has to be behind the plate.
Conservatively, Ohtani was staying put at first base, so in essence a 2-base error because the guy from third scored, and then Ohtani went to second.
Yep, Trout was staying at third, and Ohtani was staying at first. Yep.
Now to right field, and Cave is there for the catch. That's out number 2. We saw Celestino do that in Kansas City as well, and you know, it's the old. You can make a mistake once up here, but you need to learn from it and not make the same mistake second time. But Celestino's had a habit of overthrowing cutoff men. 2 down, and now Tice. The run that scored probably will be an earned run because of the depth of the fly ball by Ward. But Celestino nevertheless charged with an error. Ball one. Talked about the Twins lineup lately being top heavy in terms of experience and how productive they were. We'll say the same thing for the Angels too. And guess who came through in the first inning? Trout with a double and Ohtani with a single.
Yeah, they started the same way last night as well, so that's absolutely right. First four hitters pretty formidable in the Angel lineup.
1 and 2.
All four of them run producers.
Twenty-third pitch of the inning for Bundy. Fouled off the helmet of Hamilton, I believe. Yeah, when Bundy faced the Angels, you get another look at the foul ball on the catcher. It was August 13th. 5 innings, 2 hits, just 1 walk. And the Angels didn't score a run that day, but they've taken advantage of back-to-back hits. One of them a double by Trout to score on Bundy here this afternoon. Another one fouled back.
One of the things that's difficult, and Bundy does a pretty nice job of this, but one of the difficult things for every pitcher is in finding that put away pitch. I mean, get a pitch that you can strike people out with. When you only throw 88 or 89, that becomes a little bit more difficult, and you have to be really good with your location on your fastball. So with Bundy, if his slider and changeup is really kind of his strikeout pitch, then he's got to be good inside with a fastball to get guys in a hurry so they're that far out in front of the off-speed stuff. And he doesn't have pitches that are just eye-popping put-away pitches, but he can have some success if he hits the spots he wants.
And that's poked to left field, a base hit. Ohtani around third, he'll score, and it's 2-0. Great at bat by Tice, staying alive with 2 strikes and finally just punching one through the open infield. Tice with his 5th run batted in, and that'll bring up Moniak.
Well, it was a good at bat by Tice. He was actually getting beat on high fastballs, and that's what Bundy and Hamilton were trying to do, is get him swinging it and impressed with the speed upstairs, then go with the changeup. That changeup just stayed a little bit high, and Tice was able to just flip it because it had enough elevation. He was able to flip it into left field.
1 strike. And now 2. '30th pitch of the first inning coming up for Bundy. He hopes it's the last pitch he has to throw. One and 2. Pop-up. Urshela has to run into short left field, and it's Gordon at the last instant almost getting down into a crouch to make the catch, and finally end the top of the first. The Angels get a couple.
Hi, I'm CC Sabathia. If Win Reality was around when I was pitching, I would have hated it. But my son Carson's a hitter, and I don't pitch anymore, so I love Win Reality.
Dad, the camera's over here.
Be ready for real. Win Reality.
If we weren't proud of the craftsmanship and level of detail that go into every pair of Warby Parker glasses, well, we probably wouldn't show you how they're made, including this part, which is our favorite. Wow. And this is also great. When you order a new frame, we custom cut and polish a pair of lenses just for you. Try 5 pairs for free at warbyparker.com.
Hey, it's me, the summer breeze. I just flew back into town. Let's get outside. Much better.
Hoping to put together a good first inning here, maybe get the game tied up. And Rocco Baldelli celebrating his 41st birthday today. And here is the lineup he has set out for the final game of this 3-game series. Miranda had a productive night at the plate in the leadoff spot, so he's back there again playing first base. Then Correa, Urshela, Sanchez, Gordon, and Celestino, Palacios, Cave, and Hamilton. Facing lefty Jose Suarez. And the first one right off the grill of Max Stassi.
Jose Suarez, a crafty left-hander. Looking at his stats there this year. He's got an interesting pitch arsenal and pitch usage. We'll talk about that a little bit. He's basically four-seam fastball and changeup. Mixes in all 3 other pitches.
Bouncer to third. Easy play for Rengifo. 1 away. And it'll bring up Carlos Correa.
7 right-handed hitters in the lineup for Rocco Baldelli. And only 2 left-handers. So as a right-handed hitter, you're trying to figure out, okay, the guy's got 4 or 5 pitches. What can I eliminate? Can I eliminate a couple and just as many as I can? Basically against right-handers, he's going to be four-seam fastball and changeup, and then kind of split between slider and curve occasionally. But the changeup is his pitch. He's got 2 of them. It's kind of interesting.
September will go down as the worst month of the 6 for the Twins, yet Correa is having an outstanding month of September. Our Toyota Key stat hitting .360 with 6 homers and 16 runs batted in and an OPS of over 1. Fouled away, 1-1. Right now in September, the Twins are 7-16. They had a couple of winning months to start the year. A couple of months then where they were 2 games below 500. Drew even in August, 14-14. But things have not gone well in the season's final full month. 1-1 to Correa. 1-2.
There's one of the changeups. He's got a 2 changeups, as I mentioned, and one he throws kind of four-seam grip, and that was the one that breaks away from right-handers like that. This one right here. You can see that ball down and a little bit away, and then he's got one that'll come in.
Fought that one off.
So if you're Carlos Correa or any Twins right-handed hitter, you have to contend with fastball that'll throw anytime, back foot slider, a couple of changeups.
And now 2-2. Correa will be followed by Urshela. And a base hit to left. And Correa rounding first. And he's digging for second. And he is in there with a double. So the Angels got a one-out double from Trout. Now the Twins get one from Correa.
Well, we showed you the September numbers for Correa, and as I mentioned last night, it just seems like every time he goes up there, he has good swings at strikes. This is ball looks like a little bit down out of the strike zone, but a great two-strike approach. Giving himself a long time to look at it, allowed him to stay with that changeup, and then a really nice hustle play too. Get the guys going here. You got to be safe here with one out. You don't want to make that second out there. And it wasn't that great a slide.
Well, he kind of hurt his ankle when he tried to steal a base last week. So here's Urshela. Drilled foul. Somehow that missed the netting. I'm trying to capsulize Urshela's season in one word. And the one that keeps popping into my mind is solid.
Solid. I was just going to say that. Absolutely.
On both sides of the ball, if you will.
Both sides. Yep.
One strike to the Twins' third baseman. And now the other way over the Twins' dugout, 0-2.
You know, you looked at his numbers there at 274, which is terrific for a third baseman playing the kind of defense he has played. 12 home runs. And those 59 RBIs, almost none of which were gratuitous RBIs. He drove in some has driven in huge runs for the Twins this year. Really big situations.
And now in the dirt, 1-2. You were talking about Bundy and how sometimes he's had a tough time finishing hitters off. And Suarez had a tough time finishing Correa. Got ahead of Urshela quickly. Now it's 1-2.
The Twins hitters, the right-handers, know they're going to get the steady diet of the fastball changeup combination. So when you get two strikes, you have to hit like Correa did. Give yourself a lot of time to watch the ball.
Swing on a foul, and boy, Stassi's had a tough first inning. The first pitch got him right in the mask, and now another one here. And we don't mean to chuckle because if you're back there, that's not funny.
No, this is jaw clenching and neck snapping. It's just in the mask. And jaw's hurt, your neck snaps. It's tough duty.
1-2 to Urshela. Up the middle and into center field, a base hit. Correa around third. He's heading home, and the Twins get one back right away in the bottom of the first.
Real good two-strike hitting by both Correa and Urshela. Nice aggressive base running by Correa. That's the Twins, a run right back. There's a little change, and he goes right back up the middle with it. Again, two-strike approach, not jumping out there hard on fastball, enables him to hit that changeup somewhere. Found a hole and drove in a run.
And now Sanchez, who had the biggest swing of the night last night, driving a 3-run home run into the second deck. And he takes strike one.
I love seeing him hit that ball last night. That's the way you're supposed to hit 3-0. You get the green light 3-0, and then under no circumstances do you swing at anything but a fastball right where you want it, and under no circumstances do you let it get anywhere close to the plate. You get full extension.
Now, you know this as well as I do. There's some hitters who don't like to hit.
Yeah, they don't.
I'm 3-0. From what I remember, you You were not one of those guys.
No, I got the 3-0 hits on quite a bit once I'd established myself as a hitter, and Mock especially would give me 3-0. And as Tony Oliva said, when he got 3-0, the ball was moving to his pull field one way or the other.
High fly center field, playable for Trout. And that's out number 2. That'll bring up Gordon.
There's a lot of damage to be done at 3-0. A lot of extra base hits, home runs.
Was it Ted Williams every time he was asked about the importance or the key to being a good hitter, and he would say get a good pitch to hit, and if you're not going to get one on 3-0, you're not going to get one, right?
And yeah, that's exactly right. And I mean, that's rule number 1. You have to get a good pitch to hit, not swing at something you don't want to swing at or swing at something that's tough. But with 3-0, it gets even more specific.
Here's Gordon. And there is strike 1. It's entirely possible. Right off the end of the bat, Suarez turns and fires and makes a nice play to get Gordon. We'll talk more about what's possible regarding Nick Gordon next time we have an opportunity. The Twins get a couple of hits on a run back in their half of the first.
With the Game Time app, I paid 60% less than this guy.
What?
And it's not just sports tickets. It's also concerts. Performances, too!
Oh, come on!
Download Game Time. Last-minute tickets, lowest price, guaranteed.
Take control of your health by boosting your force field, the immune system. With the Aura Ring, you can listen to your body's signals and raise your defenses. Aura tells you when your temperature is higher than normal, how to improve your sleep, or if your heart rate shows signs of stress, so you can decide to push yourself or to lie low. Live smarter, stronger, healthier with the Aura Ring. Aura.
By Chevrolet, the #1 selling brand in the Twin Cities. And by Menards. Save big money at Menards on all your home improvement needs. Some early scoring. Angels got 2 in their half of the first. Twins got 1 back on a gorgeous Sunday afternoon here at Target Field. Kurt Suzuki paid tribute during the inning break here. A couple of really good years for the Twins. He was a catcher, an all-star catcher for the Twins. Was able to catch Glenn Perkins' save in the 2014.
Good player, good defensive catcher. Able to get some big hits and drive in some big runs, and a wonderful guy. Just a really first-rate guy.
Announced his retirement last week. Ground ball left side. Urshela gobbles it up. And throws him out, 1 down.
I will always remember that just a great line that Kurt said to me. We were talking about pitch selection and this and that, and why this might have been called and that wasn't called, different things. And he looked at me and said, Roy, you know that pitch selection is totally dependent on location, right? He said, it doesn't matter what pitch you select. If it's thrown in the right spot, it'll be good. If it's thrown in the wrong spot, it'll be bad.
Sounds like a catcher.
Exactly.
One down, and here's Soto. Suzuki played for the Twins 2014 to 16. So here we are 6 years later, still taking foul balls off the mask and all that. And we wish nothing but the best for one of my favorites.
Yeah, mine too. Really, really good guy.
2 strikes to Soto. And a foul back. We're getting peppered, this area right beneath us here. We've had 3, 4 foul balls come whistling back here already. Are you ready to catch one if it comes up here in the
yes.
duck? 2 strikes to Soto. And now in the dirt. I did my usual thing that I do once during a homestand. I go down the concourse area and walk around the concourse, just purely a selfish endeavor on my part, because I enjoy seeing the fans as they come in the gates, how excited they are to be here. There's a foul tip and strike 3, and it's a kind of a melancholy experience today because it's the last Sunday, and we've got a nice crowd on hand here, given the fact the Vikings are playing across the downtown and on TV as well. 2 away. Here's Michael Stefanik. And there's strike 1. Bundy hoping for a quicker second inning than first. Field, and Cave has to reach at the end to catch that line drive. A 1-2-3 second, a quicker second inning for Bundy, and a 2-1 ball game.
The game is changing, and so are the shows that talk about it. MLB Network's Off Base.
What's going on, everyone?
A modern baseball show for the modern baseball fan.
It doesn't get much better than sitting around and talking baseball.
Only on MLB Network.
Shortstop after a strikeout, he gets the ball thrown behind his back from Palacios. He catches it behind his back, looks at him and said, "Throw the ball right." That man can do some things with a glove.
Here's Celestino to lead off the Twins' second. Poked foul, 1 strike. Celestino, Palacios, then Cave. One hit in the series. And that's to the right field corner. And down for a hit. Should be extra bases for Celestino. Ward fires it back in, and the Twins get a leadoff double here in the second.
We're going to have to start calling that area of dirt right down the right field line the Celestino zone. Sets up to hit the ball to right field a lot. Even on breaking balls, he can whip it down that right field line.
So now Palacios. And Palacios with 5 hits, all singles, in 54 at-bats. And one thing the Twins need to do a better job of next year is situational hitting and making sure that you get a leadoff double like this, you at least get the guy to third base in the next at-bat. See if Palacios can get it done here. Nope. Can't pull the ball on the ground and get it done. 1 away. And that'll bring up Cave.
Well, I agree with you that in the right situations, there are situations where you just must get the guy over to third. That was one of them that I think could be classified that way. I was talking to Rocco Baldelli on the last road trip that I went on with the club about that, and he said, you know, that the data shows that you really shouldn't give up an out. You should let everybody hit and all that kind of stuff. The game is moving away from that a little bit. But in a situation like that, you know, Palacios not swinging the bat really well. They had him shifted. The first baseman was playing quite a ways over and deep, and it would have been a perfect opportunity just to push the ball that way. You might get a hit. At the very least, you're going to get the runner over to third. There's a pretty good chance to get a hit if you can bunt at all. So there are some situations where I really think that a hitter's got to go up there and think seriously about what his job is in that particular case.
If he hits that ground ball to the other side, maybe gets a hit and an RBI, but at the very least he gets the guy to third.
Right. So and what a manager's thinking about is, okay, I mean, I've got Palacios hitting ahead of Jake Cave, left-handed against left-handed, and then Caleb Hamilton, who has yet to get a hit in the big league. So yes, I take the bat out of Palacios' hands and move the runner to third, and then I'm counting on Jake Cave with 1 out, and then Hamilton if he doesn't get it done, and the manager might say, you know what, I'm just going to let all 3 of them try to drive the run in, you know, and that's kind of the way it's, you know, the way it's gone, the way it's going. But for me, I mean, I probably would have taken a chance with Jake. He's swinging the bat pretty well, and just move that guy to third with Palacios.
Well, it's just the second inning. You can imagine if there was a runner at third and 1 out, Angels might have played the infield back, made it fairly easy for Cave to get the run in. As it is now, he's behind in the count 1-2, and as you said, Hamilton, the on-deck hitter, still looking for his first big league hit. 1-2. And a 3/4 swing, 2 down, and now Hamilton. Let's hear from the Minocco stations.
Hey Twins fans, tomorrow is Minocco Monday. Save 8 cents per gallon on all fuel when using the Minocco Rewards app at your locally owned and community involved Minocco fueling site.
Hamilton 0 for 9 with 6 strikeouts. Made a bid for a hit, last weekend? Third baseman made a really nice play. There's a swing and a miss. The Twins are hopeful that Ryan Jeffers will get a chance to play some in the final week and a half. Jeffers now with the St. Paul Saints in their playoff run. So this might be, in a starting assignment, the best chance for Hamilton to get that first big league hit. Strike 2. 2 strikes to the Twins catcher. One and 2. Chop foul. Twins with 3 hits in the early going against Suarez. Last chance to take advantage of the leadoff double.
Hamilton battling as best he can with 2 strikes here. It's tough to come off the bench having not had a lot of at-bats. Face a guy who's got liable to throw change up anytime. 2 different kinds. Like that one. Good take there.
2 and 2. Hamilton has drawn a couple of walks.
Generally speaking, if you're not playing a lot, you finally get in the game. Boy, you want to hit fastballs. Please throw me some fastball in the middle of the plate where I've got a chance.
And now a full count. Miranda on deck. Suarez got ahead 0-2. See what Hamilton can do with this 3-2 pitch. Strike 3 over the inside edge. Celestino with an opening double, but he's left at second. It's still 2-1.
I love the Boys and Girls Clubs because they help you believe that you can make it to the big leagues.
Big leagues of what? Law. Art. Construction. Baseball.
How'd you guess?
With the help of Major League Baseball, the Boys and Girls Clubs of America help kids make it to the big leagues of anything.
Hey kids, join MLB Network and your favorite players for a show made just for you, Play Ball. It's all the big moments, bat flips, and amazing plays from an exciting week of baseball and tips to up your game. Saturdays 10 a.m. Eastern on MLB Network.
Play with the Minnesota Lottery. Say I'm in and scan the QR code for a chance to join the Minnesota Lottery's Winner's Circle and win $50 in scratch tickets. Running out of home games here. We've got 3 more coming after tomorrow's off day. And then the Twins will finish the season on the road. 3 in Detroit and then 3 in Chicago. A 2-1 ball game, and now Rengifo will lead things off in the 3rd for the Angels. Much of the focus, of course, this afternoon is on football, and then tonight there will be some focus on Yankee Stadium, where Aaron Judge will try once again to hit number 61 or 62, 63, whatever he's capable of doing. it'll be his last chance for a while to do it at Yankee Stadium, because the Yankees hit the road after the ball game. And of course, Twins fans will be interested in watching Judge's at bats, Xander Bogaerts at bats. Luis Suarez not in the starting lineup today, third in the American League in hitting. Oh, a soft line drive, nevertheless a good play by Urshela, one away. And that'll bring up Trout. Trout whistled a double into the left field corner. Ended up scoring the first of 2 Angel runs in the first inning. Strike one.
Curveball right there from Bundy that he will flop over for a get me over strike one periodically. Doesn't throw him a lot to right-handers.
Pulled foul, 2 strikes. So Trout now 6 for 12 with a couple of home runs against Bundy.
The thing about Trout is he is very comfortable setting up to hit the ball hard to right center and then just adjusting to the speed. Let the speed dictate where the big end of his bat makes contact. The guy does that when he's that strong. You know, again, I mentioned Kirby Puckett before. Puck was the same way. Set up to hit fastballs to right center, and you can do it, and you can hit the ball long that way, then hitting becomes a lot easier because you don't get way out in front of pitches like that. You're waiting on the ball. You're letting the ball travel. One of the greatest abilities or greatest attributes that you can develop as a hitter, in my opinion, is to be able to hit the ball a long ways to your opposite alley, the opposite gap. That way you're not going to be fooled on breaking balls as often.
2-2 now to Trout. That's hit a long way to left and got to the upper deck in a hurry. Wow. 3-1. He hit the double every bit as hard. That drive had a little more launch angle.
Well, I mean, a low breaking ball there, there's just no future in it. And for all the reasons we've been talking about, he's just not in a hurry to pull the fastball with 2 strikes, especially. He's so relaxed. It's like he was looking for it. His body rhythm is terrific. He's just going to hit fastball the other way, and he get breaking ball. He's going to hit it way up there.
And now ball 1 to Ohtani. When you hit the ball that hard, you should be able to smile afterwards. Into a slide, Correa comes up firing, makes a really good play. Ohtani can fly down the line. Pretty good athleticism, but also pretty good awareness by Correa.
Well, there's not anything that he is not aware of at shortstop. He's a terrific fielder. He's got a cannon for an arm. He's experienced. He knows how well a guy's running, and he has the athleticism. You'll see it here to get himself down to make sure he makes a play. Now watch how quickly he gets to throwing position, and then that cannon. He made it look a lot easier than that play is.
And we can admire the physical tools that allow all that to happen, but the mentality that, okay, I'm going to catch this ground ball. How can I get it over to first base as quickly as I can? And in his case, he thought, okay, if I go into a dive, I can then pop up and throw.
Yep, that's exactly right. He knew all those things, if not sequentially. Consciously, I mean, that was just in his makeup. He saw that ground. He saw the whole play as he was running after it.
2-1 to Ward. 2-2. Ward with a fly to right his first time up. Full count. Bundy hasn't walked anyone. He has given up, however, 4 hits, 3 extra base hits. I beg your pardon, just 2 extra base hits. Foul ball.
Wiping his brow there a little bit after that pitch. He knows he got away with one. We've already seen Taylor Ward this series hit a little cutter in the middle of the plate that it turned out to, cutters in the middle of the plate often look like hanging sliders. That one was a slider right in the middle of the plate. Ward had a pretty good swing at it. Bundy knew immediately they had kind of gotten away with one.
Another one fouled into the section right in front of us. Three and two. And the first walk issued by Bundy will get Tice to the plate. Tice with an RBI single. And going back to that first inning, the first run was earned. The second run in that first inning was unearned. And there's a first pitch strike. Now missing 1-1. One and two.
It's a good change up there. Very much like the changeup that Tice hit. It poked through the left side to drive into the run that Dick was talking about.
One and two from Bundy. Upstairs just a little bit. Now 2-2. Ideally, a starting pitcher would like to throw an average of 15 pitches or so every inning. Bundy already up to 21 pitches thrown per inning. And another full count.
It's uncharacteristic of him, actually. He doesn't walk a lot of guys, throws an awful lot of strikes. We showed you a graphic earlier that I think said 73% strike with 2 strike count on the batter. He's around the plate a lot, doesn't walk a lot of guys usually.
Usually his strike percentage sits in the upper 60s. There's been a few where it's been over 70% when he faced the White Sox in the middle of July. An incredible 74% strikes thrown. So yeah, here he sits. The strike percentage is still quite solid. But here in this third inning, a 2-out walk and a full count to the next batter. Runner goes again, and there's back-to-back walks. No threat for the Angels with Moniak coming up. And Pete Mackey to the mound. Well, it's been a good weekend in the field for the Twins. It never gets old watching players catch and throw the ball out on the field. Presented by Old National Bank.
have played well all over the place. Contreras, Palacios, Wallner, diving catches in the outfield, a leaping grab by Urshela. We've seen him do a lot of that. And then this play today by Carlos Correa.
6 batters faced in the first inning, only 3 in the second, but now the 6th man to bat here in the third is Moniak. Ended the first inning with a fly ball to left. Gordon had to kind of tuck himself under Urshela in short left field to make the catch. Low, ball 1. And now 1-1. And Hamilton's taking a beating behind the plate in the early innings as well. And another. Max Stassi for the Angels, Caleb Hamilton for the Twins. Both
Mama, don't let your babies grow up to be catchers.
And finally the inning ends. A home run by Mike Trout. And the Angels now lead 3-1.
If you think they're excited, you ain't heard nothing yet.
Be quiet, win ball games, then I'll shut up and I'll shut up.
High Heat with Christopher Russo, only on MLB Network.
Watch games and coverage all day, every day, your way on MLB Network.
Head into the bottom of the third inning. Welcome back to Target Field. Well, earlier in the broadcast, I talked about the season ticket memberships that are still available for next season, and these 4 seats that I'm in right now are still up for grabs. You can have your share at getting, thank you so much, Michael, getting some food and drinks delivered to you, get nice popcorn, nice view. You're right here in the Delta Sky Club. You get to enjoy everything about Twins baseball here in downtown Minneapolis. It sure is fun, and for more information on how you can purchase these seats, you can go ahead and head to twinsbaseball.com/season tickets. And Dick and Roy, I don't know, something it just tastes a little bit better about popcorn when it's at a discounted rate, because that is what season tickets get. Season ticket members, you get a discount on food and drinks. So I'm going to sit up here and enjoy this game, guys.
Yeah, everything tastes better if you get a discount, right? Here's Miranda leading off the third. You know, once the...
And you're sitting at a ball game and you're having a beer.
Yeah. I have asked Rocco a couple times over the last week about how this offseason is going to be much more normal with organizations being able to reach out to players, having contact with them, which wasn't allowed during the lockout. But in regards to what Katie is talking about, it should be, hopefully, a much more normal offseason on the business side too, trying to sell tickets, because we know when the Twins are going to play here. The schedule's been released, and with the lockout we weren't sure whether the schedule was going to be valid. Turns out it wasn't. They had to reschedule the first week. So hopefully on the business side too, this will be a much more normal off season. 2-1 to Miranda, and that's served into center and down for a hit. Another hit for Miranda that he did not pull. Correa will bat now. Hit a double to left his first time up. We'll check out the Angels in the field. Brought to you by Northland Ford. Forgive me. Moniak, Trout, and Ward are the Angels in the outfield. Rengifo, Soto, Stefanik, Tice, the infielders, and Stassi behind the plate. Well, we hope on many levels that it will be a more normal off season on the business side, and that, well, maybe Twins Fest can come back, Winter Caravan can come back. I haven't been able to start the ramp up to the next baseball season without those two featured events. One strike to Correa. And you had two stints with the Twins. You came back in the mid-'80s and won a World Series with the Twins in '87. But in your first incarnation as a Twin, did you go out on Caravan at all?
I never went on the Caravan.
Okay.
You know, I was in Los Angeles for the where I lived in the off season, or much of the time, most of January's.
Two strikes, and Correa checks 1 and 2.
Calvin never called me up and offered to fly me back for it.
Okay. You described the situation and the cause of the situation there in that one sentence. 1 and 2. The Caravan, something that, in my humble opinion, was the envy of the other 29 teams in baseball, just because it was a wonderful outreach for the Twins organization and the fan base, and stops in Fergus Falls, Duluth, Mason City, Sioux Falls, what have you. 2 and 2 to Correa. And strike 3 called. Correa just walks back to the dugout. I think he was right. He thought that pitch was low, 1 away.
And a late call, a late decision by the home plate umpire. The ball's right there. It's been called a ball a lot today, but not against Carlos right there.
Here's Urshela. Drove in a run with a single his first time up. .60 runs batted in right now for Urshela. Tapped foul.
You know, when I think about the offseason for the Twins and having it be more normal, I hope what normal means is that a couple of more than a couple key guys get healthy. You know, they get things cleaned up. That, you know, Byron Buxton actually will be healthy enough to play 120, 130 games next year, and Jorge Polanco gets over all the stuff that he's had. Larnach and Kirilloff get their wrists, you know, back together again, and just on and all you, with the additions that the Twins made in the bullpen at the trade deadline, all you really are hoping for going into next year, going into the offseason next year, is get everybody healthy, and then let's go starting in spring training. It's a nice club when everybody's healthy. When the guys that are supposed to be playing are playing in good health, it's a nice ball club.
Spend all off season adding tools to your toolbox, and then start the season, and some of the tools are missing. The hammer's gone. The pliers are gone.
You left the tools somewhere, and you can't find them.
One and two to Urshela.
There's a situation right here. Also, speaking about alluding to next year with the pitch clock, that right there would never have happened. Back out and adjust your batting gloves. I mean, it's going to be a mind game for pitchers and hitters for a while, getting used to that pitch clock.
Fouled back. Well, players over time, batters, pitchers alike, adapted to the game slowing down. The difference is now they have to speed it up. I mean, the time between pitches has grown pretty steadily over time, but now there's going to be, you know, some urgency in getting the game back to what it used to be. 1-2 again to Urshela. Back in the early 70s, mid 70s, I mean, there were a few guys, Mike Hargrove, I suppose, one of them, who took a lot of time.
Carlton Fisk.
Right.
But by and large, rain delays.
Right. But by and large, there wasn't all the added time between pitches. Pitchers caught the ball and away they went.
Pretty much ready to go most of the time with pitchers, and there were a few guys that, and most baseball fans know who they are: Hargrove, Fisk, later on Garcia-Parra, the batting gloves adjusters.
Another foul, and Urshela having a long battle here with Suarez. So there will be some awkward moments. There will be some penalties called on both pitchers and hitters. The penalties being strikes or balls, depending on whether you're a pitcher or a hitter or a pitcher. But I'm guessing by Memorial Day everything will be fine, and we'll start a game at 7 o'clock and be done with it at 9:30 instead of 10:10.
Yeah, for the longest time, I mean, baseball game took 2 hours and 34 minutes. I mean, that's basically what it was.
And he got him with a breaking ball down and in, 2 down. Sanchez will come to the plate.
Well, there's the back foot slider right there, and a pretty good one. This is the battle between pitcher and hitter, where Suarez is throwing a lot of fastballs and changeups, and you got to get into that rhythm. And then all of a sudden you see a ball that comes in, and you got to hurry up and get the bat out in front because you think it's an inside fastball, and the ball just kind of disappears to your back foot.
Long-time Twins fans will remember this. The games at Metropolitan Stadium, night games, started at 8 o'clock.
Most games did. Most teams had 8 o'clock games for the longest time.
And they would be done by 10:10 or 10:15. You could get the final scores on the 10 o'clock news, not the highlights, because you had to process the film to get it on the newscast. 1 strike to Sanchez. Well, it'll be a better product. In my opinion, it's just going to be a much more watchable product.
I agree with you.
1-1 now to Sanchez.
I have thought about it as a former hitter and thinking, man, I really liked my time. I step out of the box and get my head together, get my plan together, what I was going to do, you know, pitch to pitch. I didn't back out a lot, but occasionally I really wanted to get my head straight. And there's not going to be that opportunity very much.
Into left center field. That's a base hit. Cut off in the gap by Moniak. And Sanchez will be held to a single. And he hit that ball very hard. Now first and third with Miranda moving up to third base. We'll bring up Gordon. Gordon hit a little number up the third baseline, and the pitcher Suarez made a nice play to throw him out.
third really good at bat by Gary Sanchez in a game and a half here. He had sacrifice fly. We hit the ball well the opposite field and drive in a run last night. Then the big 3-run home run, and he was all over that pitch right there. Scalded it in left field. Now Gordon to try to get something to happen.
It's been a breakout year for Gordon, and congratulated him on his season, finally getting a chance to prove what he can do when healthy. But now the next challenge for him will be trying to do a better job against left-handed pitchers, hitting just over 200 against lefties, just under 300 against righties.
He's shown the ability to do it, though, even though the numbers aren't great. Hitting just over 200 against left-handers. I've seen a lot of progress, and I've seen the ability to do it. We've seen him slap balls to left field against left-handers quite a bit, and as he gets more and more comfortable in the big leagues and with himself in the batter's box against left-handed pitchers, I think he'll hold his own. I really do.
Meeting on the mound here, 2-0 to Gordon.
A guy that can do the kinds of things that Gordon can do. He can play in a lot of positions. He runs well. He can help you, with his legs and defensively, and hit close to 300 against right-handers. It doesn't have to be 300 against left-handers. It can be, if he could hit 240, 250 against left-handed pitching, he's going to be a fine offensive player.
That'll work. Looks like he hit it right out of the mid of Stassi. And now Gordon takes a huge turn at first base, but gets back safely after an RBI single. A shift beater, and it's 3-2.
Well, that's exactly the kind of a bad at bat and swing that I was just talking about for Nick Gordon against left-handers. It doesn't always have to be your A swing. It can be your C swing once in a while. Just figure out a way to make contact.
I was just going to say, too, looking it up, his strikeout rate is no higher versus lefties than righties. So therein lies the encouragement that he's not being overmatched at all, just trying to put the ball in play.
Yep.
And now here's Celestino with the tying run at second. Ball one.
And as I think we've talked about it before, but I will say it again. The thing that I really like about what Nick Gordon appears to be doing is that he goes up there until he gets 2 strikes, and he's trying to drive the ball hard, way back, hard against the wall, over the wall, whatever. Hit it as hard as you can to your pull field. And then when he gets to 2 strikes, there seems to be a real adjustment to say, okay, up until now I was trying to hit like I wanted to. Now I'm going to hit like I'm able to. And use the whole field, wait a long time, let the ball travel, put it in play somehow. Lo and behold, an actual 2-strike approach. You don't see that with everybody. You see it with Miranda on this team, but Correa, Urshela to a great degree, and Nick Gordon's kind of got that feeling now too, it seems to me.
2-0 to Celestino. Ground ball to short should wrap up the inning. But Nick Gordon with a 2-out single, scoring a run, 3 singles in the inning, and the Twins got one back, and it's 3-2.
They say nothing worth having comes easy, to which we say they must not have had our sirloin steak with garlic herb butter, because it takes less than 30 minutes to make. No, really. With Home Chef, you get more ways to have super delicious, super fresh meals that are also super easy. So even when you don't really have time to cook, you still have time to Home Chef. Get $90 off your first month at homechef.com. Also available at select stores. Home Chef, delicious meets simple.
Here comes that rainy day feeling again. And soon my tears, they will be falling like rain. It always seems to be a Monday left over
head into the 4th inning. Well, it certainly has been a special day for Chief Business Officer and Executive Vice President Laura Day, as she is celebrating retirement after 26 impactful years with this Twins organization. And Laura, it's so great to be joined by you. We're looking at all of the happenings ahead of today. You were recognized here at Target Field. You got to throw out that first pitch. What has this day been like for you so far?
It's been wonderful, Katie. Obviously, the Twins organization rolls out the red carpet anytime something like this occurs, and it's wonderful. My family's here, friends, all of our coworkers. It's really just been a little slice of heaven.
What?
Only be better if it's capped off with a Twins win.
Absolutely, absolutely. Good game so far. What has been the best memory in these 26 years for you?
You know, it's hard to select just one. There's been so many over the years. I would say, you know, maybe a bit of a good luck charm. The first day I started with the Twins in 1991, we went on to win 15 games in a row, and of course in 91, went on to win it all. So I think I'm the only girl on my block with a World Series ring. That's probably the biggest, best memory, but there's so many, Katie. It's just hard to really, you know, opening day of all things Target Field, when we returned baseball to its rightful state, outside, under the sun, playing on real grass. You know, this has just been a wonderful, wonderful addition to the downtown community. So really honored and humbled.
I love that. And of course, you've been such a trailblazer for sports here in the entire state of Minnesota. What do you want to be remembered for?
You know, gosh, I haven't been asked that question. That's a tough one. I would say, you know, doing the right thing. It's not always the easy path. It's not always necessarily clear as you're walking through a situation. But I think, you know, if anything, lean in, do the right thing, care about community, hug those we love, because, you know, no day is promised, and live each day to the fullest.
I love that.
That's a lot of things.
Well, it's great. You've learned a lot throughout your career. Congratulations on retirement. Thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you.
Dick.
All right, thank you, Katie. Max Stassi with an infield hit, and the count now 1-1 to Soto, and there's another foul ball.
Just hit over the top of this one, and Urshela playing very deep, had one chance, and maybe didn't even have any chance. He had to try to barehand it and throw in a hurry. And I think he probably just put, even if he had fielded that ball, he might well just put it in his pocket.
Pulled foul. Enriquez getting loose. Saw the Twins pull Joe Ryan after 4 innings, 2 trips through the batting order last night. That might be Bundy's fate as well. Up and away, 2-2. This is interesting talking to Ryan today, and we'll talk more about it in his next start, which I'm guessing will be against the Tigers when we get to Detroit. But he says it's remarkable how he feels stronger now than he did at the start of the year. Right side, nice pickup. Miranda gets the force there, and Urshela didn't pull the trigger on the throw. Looked like he may have had a chance to complete the double play. Maybe the runner sliding in impacted him to some degree, but Miranda gets the lead runner 1 down.
Yeah, good play by the young first baseman right there to bounce off, backhand this ball quickly and get it out to Urshela.
I just thought it was interesting what Ryan admitted, because that to me would be one of the biggest concerns for a young pitcher who's not used to pitching 6 months out of the year. Now, let's put an asterisk by that comment, because he and all the other pitchers only had 3 weeks of spring training and might not be as, or probably was not as built up as he would normally be with a full spring training. But to me, that's really encouraging that in his first full year in the big leagues, he's feeling stronger at the end of the year than at the start. And
the results showed that. He was 2 or 3 miles an hour faster with his fastball.
Hit and run and a roller up the right side. And throw back across the infield, and that gets away from Correa. And the runners will move up from second to third. Palacios tried to make a play that wasn't there, and then the throw got away from Correa. Correa was ready to receive the throw, and he may have been yelling to Palacios to make the throw, but it'll be another error, and runners now at second and third.
Well, the second at bat in a row where the ball's hit extremely weakly, but in the perfect spot. Palacios knows he can't get it at first, thinking maybe I can catch the runner rounding third, the runner who had taken off from first base and hit and run.
Second
with no chance there.
Second and third. One down, infield in now for Luis Rengifo. That's down the line and a foul ball, one strike. Bundy victimized here. Stassi's infield hit traveled about 60 feet. And I don't know that Stefano could have hit it any softer to the right side than he did. And he got a base hit.
We would not get, if you put both those hits together, we'd not get 80 on the StatCast exit velocity.
Pull shift on in the infield. And now 1-1. Could very well be Bundy's last hitter, only because of what Mike Trout has done to Dylan Bundy in his 2 at bats. 2 rockets, 1 a double, 1 a home run. Nice block by Hamilton. 2-1. Back 2-2. Rengifo's lined out twice, wants to cave in right field, and then a softer line drive caught by Urshela, who was playing where a shortstop traditionally played, but now with a runner at third base, he's a little bit closer to the bag. Two and two. And there's nobody there. And it'll score 2 runs. Another soft hit, a roller. May have stopped rolling by the time Gordon picked it up in short left field, and the Angels strike for 2 more in the 4th. And that will be the end of the day for Dylan Bundy.
Rengifo, a lot more of a slap hitter left-handed than he is right-handed. Got more power, better hitter right-handed. I'm sure that the data shows that he'll hit the ball on the ground mostly to the right side, but we've seen him hit the ball on the left side of the infield twice today.
Some well-hit balls early, but here in the 4th inning, one scratch hit after another, and a couple for the Angels, and Bundy leaves with the Twins trailing 5-2.
The search for high-quality meat ends here. With ButcherBox, you get 100% grass-fed beef, organic free-range chicken, humanely raised pork, wild-caught seafood, and so much more. Sourced from partners who believe in doing things the right way. Together, we can make a difference, one meal at a time. Sign up today at ButcherBox.com for a special offer.
Nice. What? With the Game Time app, I pay 60% less than this guy. 60%? Game Time finds you the best last-minute deals and guarantees the lowest price. Download Game Time now. Nice shirt.
Want more hits? Train and win reality. Improve timing, pitch recognition, attack rate, and get more hits. Hitters love it, but pitchers...
I'm glad I'm retired.
Be ready for real. Win reality.
mean only one thing: fall has arrived in Minnesota. The Min Fall Passport will help you find your autumn adventures across the state while also enjoying savings along the way. Sign up for your free passport at exploreminnesota.com/MNFall. Mike Trout with 2 extra base hits against Dylan Bundy. He'll face Henriquez here in the 4th inning. In the 3rd inning, a rocket to left field. Trout's 37th of the year. Statcast powered by Google Cloud with another look, and it was almost at its apex when it hit the seats.
You don't see many balls hit on that line into that section of the stands. That ball was a rocket, as evidenced by the 112 miles an hour.
Well, Henriquez on the roster for a reason. The Twins want to get a look at this young man to see where, if at all, he might fit into projections for next year. And if not at the start of the year, maybe later on. 3 earned runs, 4 innings pitched against the Guardians on Monday. Not a big frame, but plenty of arm. And he'll face Mike Trout. Ball 1.
Well, he's got a good arm, and this is a very good opportunity for the Twins to take a look at him.
An error helping the Angels score a couple of runs here again in the 4th. An error on Celestino contributed to a 2-run inning in the 1st, and now Palacios with a throwing error. Zipped inside 93, but ball 2. Higher, and it's 3-0. Saw Henriquez's numbers: couple of walks, 4 hits, 3 earned runs against Cleveland, and now in danger of walking Trout in front of Ohtani.
You got to be assuming he's going to swing here.
And kind of all over the place, in a borderline pitch results in a 4-pitch walk. 1st and 2nd, 1 down for Shohei Ohtani. Ohtani 1 for 2 against Bundy, a single and a run scored. Five pitches, no strikes from Henriquez. Swing and a miss. Again, only 4 innings from the Twin starter Joe Ryan last night. But if you looked at the game, that might have been the right decision to make, because the bullpen did such a good job after Ryan left. Joe didn't look like he was his sharpest in his 4 innings. But then the next 4 guys didn't give up a hit coming out of the pen. And then the Twins were able to get some run scoring done, including the Sanchez 3-run home run. And the hope is that you can get a similar outing here from Henriquez and whoever might follow. But he's got to throw it over the plate.
Yeah, this is a big at bat and a big rest of the inning for Henriquez and the Twins. I mean, it's still a manageable game, 3 runs down. But you just don't want to get any more big inning than it's been already.
Tapper right side, And Correa gets the out at first. Both runners move up. With the shift, there wasn't a realistic chance to get the runner at second base. So 2 down, and now Taylor Ward. And to follow up on your point, 2 really big runners to leave out there.
Right.
Ward with a fly ball to right and a walk. And there's a strike. Not yet, but eventually the shadows will become a factor on a all but perfectly clear Sunday afternoon here. One and one.
Here's a situation. I may be in the real minority here, especially now the way the game has changed, the way games are managed. But if I'm the Twins, I do not let Henriquez throw a ball in the middle of the plate to Taylor Ward. I mean, I see. I like that. Get him to swing at something where he gets himself out. He's got somebody coming up behind him that's with first base open, and he's got a real good chance to get out. And Taylor Ward's been hot. He's the last of the first 4 run producers in the lineup. A lot of people will say, no, you don't want to load the bases because then he's got nothing to do with the guy coming up next. No place to put him. But I think this is a big part of the ball game, and this is one of their big run producers, and I just don't think you let him do it.
The problem is he's thrown 12 pitches and only 3 strikes, and now it's 3-1 with first base open. That's a foul ball. And it looked from up here like that ball bounced right over the bag, but Adam Hammer got a perfect look at it. It was coming right at him. That would have scored 2 more runs.
Well, that would have been for the Angels the perfect cap of an inning. There's been no ball hit hard.
Okay. And it did bounce past the bag across the foul line.
Yeah, but it can bounce on the other side of the foul line if it goes over the bag.
Right,
that was
right.
Close.
Man. 3-2 now to Taylor Ward. The liner ends the inning. A couple runs for the Angels, but the Twins still in it, trailing 5-2.
Join Kevin Millar and Steven Nelson on a quest for legends worthy of the sacred prize. It's unpredictable pin and chase coverage that will have you on the edge of your seat. Join the adventure on Intentional Talk, only on MLB Network.
Today, I consider myself the luckiest man on the face of the earth.
Jackie Robinson searching home run into the left field stand. Here comes Roger Maris. There's a new home run champion of all time. I don't believe what I just saw. Cal Ripken Jr. has reached the unreachable star.
This crowd on its feet and in unison.
This one has a chance. Home run! Mike Piazza! The Boston Red Sox are world champions.
Welcome to the first night of MLB Network.
Number 600 for Jim Thome. That ball is gone.
106. That would be a new record.
It is caught. Oh, what a catch by Mike Trout. The Cubs have finally won it all. The Atlanta Braves are world champions.
action. These seats are up for grabs for season tickets in 2023. Of course, I was up top in the Delta Sky Club. Now I'm here in section 119. These 4 seats, you're closer to the action. You get to be right behind the opposition's dugout. And if you're like me, I mean, you could wear green and match the seats. That's always fun, too. It's certainly a great atmosphere right here in the sunshine. You got to get your hands on these seats, Dick.
Nice view there, right behind the Angels dugout. Twins down now by 3. Suarez still out there, even though the Twins have gotten some hits against them. 6 of them, a couple of runs. It'll be Palacios leading off the 4th, and Cave and Hamilton. Big spot for those 3 hitters after Celestino doubled, leading off the 2nd. Palacios pulled the ball on the ground, didn't advance the runner. Cave and Hamilton struck out. Fouled away, 1-1. News today that Don Mattingly and the Miami Marlins are parting company, going their separate ways at the end of this season. Mattingly 7th, managing the Marlins. You were a teammate of Don Mattingly's.
I was for 3 years, and or the better part of 3 years. Really, another really good guy. Talking about Kurt Suzuki earlier. Donnie Baseball was a gentleman and a good guy and a good teammate. And man, could he hit! He had 5 years or so before his back started getting in trouble, where there wasn't any better run producer in the game, just about.
1-2 to Palacios. That's hit well to left field. Moniak is there near the edge of the track, 1 away. The sense I got watching Mattingly play and admiring him as such a great player, and I only had a couple of very brief encounters with him, New York didn't change him. You know, no. He's an Evansville, Indiana guy, and he was that when he left the Yankees too.
No, Donnie was who he was, is who he was, who he was, and is who he is. Just a very, very solid guy.
Here's Cave with 1 out. Checked his swing, took the ball.
I will say the only way that New York changed him was when he became the hitter that he was and won Gold Gloves at first base. I mean, he was an all-star player, a terrific player in that environment, in that town. He was he became a mature star. He really, and I don't mean this in a negative way at all. He knew how good he was. He liked it. He liked performing like that in front of the Yankees, in front of basically the world when you're playing for the Yankees. He grew into a really solid leader as a great player.
Dribbled to first. Tice with the play 2 down. The sad thing was that the most recent Yankee dynasty didn't start until after he was done.
Yeah. Well, they came close one year when he drove in every run he looked at. I don't know how, I forget how many RBIs it was, but it was huge. He hit like 50 doubles and 30 home runs and drove in 130 something, I think. I mean, I'm not remembering exactly, but they came pretty close that year.
Here's Hamilton. Hamilton now 0 for 10 with 7 strikeouts. Swing and a miss, 1 strike. Now foul off a leg, 0-2. Two strikes to the Twins catcher. And he's gone on 3 pitches, and it's a quick 1-2-3, Twins 4th.
Join MLB Network and your favorite players for a show made just for you. Play ball. It's all the big moments, bat flips, and amazing plays from an exciting week of baseball and tips to up your game. Saturdays, 10 a.m. Eastern on MLB Network.
Excuse me, swing by Matt Tyson the first inning, plates the second run. The Angels will score that inning, and they jump out to a 2-0 lead. Gio Urshela then grounds a single up the middle to score Carlos Correa, who had doubled to make it 2-1 after 1 inning of play. But then Mike Trout with a bomb to left field puts the Angels up 3-1 in the third. Angels would add 2 more, the Twins 1 more, and here we are 5-2 as we head to the top of the 5th.
In its own way, what we've seen here in the first 4 innings could be used as Exhibit A for the importance of just putting the ball in play. Now, we've had some really well hit balls, right? Trout's double and home run have really been hit hard. But even Nick Gordon's RBI single was just kind of a defensive hack, put the ball in play, maybe something good will happen, and nobody's benefited from that more than the Angels have here today. Enriquez now facing Tice, and there's strike 1. Tice with the RBI single in the first, drew a walk in the third. Another softly hit ball, and Miranda to the bag, 1 away.
I like what I see from Enriquez. He's throwing a nice trajectory slider. He's thrown some nice changeups, that evidence that last one there that he got the hitter Tice to swing over the top of. Got a 92, 93, sometimes 94 mile-an-hour fastball. So it looks to me like it's all going to be about strikes and location for him.
Now, overall, his numbers with the Saints not very good, but in his last 5 outings, some encouraging signs, and the Twins had a need with injuries and other matters leading to his call-up. 1-1. Two and 1. And now 2-2. Gets a strikeout. He walked the first man he faced, Trout, on 4 pitches. Now you look up and he's retired 4 men in a row. That'll bring up Stassi.
It's a little turnover changeup. He's really thrown in some good spots here. 4 hitters in a row. Got a nice little slider. And 94. So, I mean, there's something there. When you've got 3 pitches, you have an idea about what you want to do with each of them. That's a nice little slider in the perfect location. So he's got a good idea of what he wants to do with the 3 pitches that he has, and now it's just a question of, can I stay ahead of hitters? Can I get people out? Does my stuff play up here? And that's what he and the Twins are going to look like they're going to try to find out.
Listed at 5'10", 160 pounds. But yet he can reach mid-90s with his fastball. He didn't pitch against Tristan McKenzie of the Guardians, but Tristan McKenzie is about 6'2" with 160 pounds.
Right. Enriquez is a beast compared to McKenzie.
2-2. Got him. Good inning for Henriquez. He's retired 5 in a row, but the Twins still trail 5-2.
Nos impactó la historia de Clemente, lo que hizo por la cultura.
Trabajaba en la noche, estudiaba en la mañana y entrenaba en las tardes. Así era, puedo decir, todo mi día, todos los días.
No pasa si es que yo puedo la club de Vasco.
Si tú tienes en tu corazón sembrar deporte en alguien, puede cambiar la vida a quien sea.
Evan Longoria, a guy last year who was one of the catalysts to a surprising Giants team.
Meet Evan Longoria. He's watching MLB Network.
Longo's hitting with big-time power. Still that
because that's what baseball fans do.
Here we go, Longo, 2022.
Into the bottom of the 5th. Now I am in section 108. I'm still speaking of season tickets that are available for the 2023 season. This right here, seat 20 and seat 20 and 20 or 19. Gosh, so many different seats available. You can get your hands on these 2 seats right now at twinsbaseball.com/season tickets. I like it over here. You're right up from the Twins dugout. You can experience everything about Twins territory here. You'll see TC Bear coming through the crowd. And of course, you might get lucky enough to catch a foul ball. That's another perk of this section, but certainly got to get your hands on these 2 seats for next season. Dick, back to you.
All right, thank you, Katie. Ground ball to third right away off the bat of Miranda, and he's gone on 1 pitch, 1 away here in the 5th inning. And that'll bring up Correa. Well, we have pretty good seats here too. We can get a look at our view from where we are from the center field camera. I like that the restaurant area, the Delta Sky 360 suite. I sat out there once for a game before the restaurant was out there, just, you know, like box seats out there. Man, is that ever a great view.
It really is.
There's a ball driven right center field and toward the scoreboard and off the wall, and Correa digging for second. He has his second double of the ball game. 1 to left and now 1 to right center field. And he too going after the first pitch, as Miranda did, only he hits a double.
He just continues his September hotness. He's got a big kick out of him. He's played great shortstop all year and been a very solid hitter. And then come September, when down the stretch, you're supposed to your studs are supposed to lead the way. He has certainly done that to the best of his ability.
that'll bring up Urshela. We've discussed this many times, but the fans who are watching can see the shadows creeping out toward the mound. And right now, about halfway between the mound and home plate is the dividing line between shadow and sun. So when does it really complicate things for a batter?
Well, right now it's pretty tough. It's complicated now. You have a chance right here to see the ball out of the pitcher's hand before it gets in the shadow, but depth perception is a little bit difficult, and continue with the spin. Seeing the spin is a little difficult.
To Hopper to third, Rengifo with the play. 2 down, and now Sanchez. Sanchez with a single his last time up. Missing down and in.
See if Gary can stay hot. He's had some real good at bats here the last few games. Been hitting the ball hard, looking like he's been seeing it well.
Over the inside edge. 1-1. Cleveland's winning again. They're leading Texas 4-2 in the 6th inning. The magic number for the Guardians is 1. High fly to center. Trout coming in. And that'll wrap up the 5th inning. Heading to the 6th. The Angels by 3.
Every time he takes the field, he competes not only against the other team, but against the toughest adversary, himself. MLB Tonight, where the best outdo their best on MLB Network.
A new quest has begun.
A quest for success.
Wow! What a star by that one.
A quest for redemption.
Goodbye!
My quest begins now.
Unbelievable!
All the way to October.
Oh my goodness!
Only on MLB Network.
That's gone! Struck him out!
Our national pastime, all the time.
Target Field, and more memories to be made coming up Tuesday night, Wednesday night, Thursday afternoon. Last 3 home games of the year as we look at the Health Partners Sports Update. Twins to catch a little bit of a break. Dylan Cease is pitching today for the White Sox. They're tied with the Tigers at 1 apiece. So it'll be Lance Lynn against Bailey Ober, Johnny Cueto against Josh Winder, and then Lucas Giolito against Louis Varland. Right now, the White Sox ahead of the Twins by 2 games in the standings. And the White Sox have fallen back to the 500 mark. Enriquez picked up the game in the 4th inning with 1 out. Walked the first man he faced, Mike Trout, on 4 pitches, but now has retired 5 men in a row. There's a strike. Soto, Stefanik, and Rengifo will hit for the Angels here in the 6th. And another ground ball, not hit particularly well. In fact, right off the end of the bat, but it found a hole for a leadoff single. And now Stefanik.
Ball coming into the shadows there. You can see it kind of disappear. Tough to see. Soto didn't have too much trouble though, hitting it where they ain't.
Stefanik with a liner to right, and the roller through the right side of the infield, and Palacios picked it up and intending to throw it to Correa, it got into the left field grass instead. Enriquez coming to the Twins from the Rangers in the Mitch Garver trade. Also coming to the Twins, shortstop Isaiah Kiner-Falefa, who was dealt 1 day later to the Yankees. One and 0. 2-0. Mentioned the Guardians leading the Rangers 6-2 in the 6th inning. If they win that game, they'll have a celebration in the ballpark in Arlington.
I'm familiar with that.
You had a celebration there.
Yeah, not that one, but
yeah, that was 2 stadiums.
2 stadiums ago. I hate to hear you say that.
Well, how about this? The guy on the mound is the first Twins player born in the new millennium to make it to the major leagues. That do anything for you?
Yeah, I like that.
Yeah.
What does it do for you? It makes me feel really old.
2-1. Twins won the American League West title on a Monday night in Arlington, Texas, after clinching a tie on a Sunday afternoon at the Metrodome. Took care of business right away. That's something that maybe fans can be reminded about. When you guys had a chance to clinch in '87, you didn't fool around. You had the tie guaranteed in the last home game, and then won the next day to win the championship. Well, then you go to the playoffs. First opportunity you had to clinch against the Tigers in Detroit, you did that too. Pretty impressive bat toss over the Angel dugout. He had one, I think, a little bit farther from a left-handed batter in the last homestand here. That sailed over the Twins dugout. We'll hope everyone is okay. And got a thumbs up. I think everybody's okay.
He got drilled in the arm, looks like, but fortunately he's okay. I just can't imagine how bat goes in the stands and somebody doesn't get some kind of bruise at the very least.
And then in the World Series too, you guys won Game 6, and there would be no game beyond that, but you took care of business and are wearing a ring as a result of that.
Yep.
3-2 to Stefanik. Runner goes, and the pitch tap foul.
Phil Nevin, interim manager for the Angels. sending his runner with 3-2 count and nobody out. But what that means is it's automatic hit and run for the hitter. You must make contact. He's going to try to find out about his players too.
Runner goes again, and it's a called third strike. And Palacios, like he was in front of the bag, and Hamilton's throw got to him on one hop. It's a stolen base for Soto, but a strikeout of Stefanik.
Stefanik very, very lucky that he makes it here. That's a ball. It's called a strike. That's too bad for him, but you can't be called out when on that. That's not a straight steal. That is on 3-2 and nobody out. That is, as I said, you must put the ball in play unless it's a ball.
And he thought it was. It looked like it was high, but it was close.
But it was close, and he's just fortunate that the runner wasn't thrown out, because then it wouldn't have mattered to the manager whether it was a strike or a ball.
Off a foot, foul ball, one strike.
Robbie.
One strike to the batter. Regifo still taking some time getting back into the box.
He's got the shin protector on there, but hit below it. Looks like it hit right off the top of his foot.
One strike. And now a ball.
As a guy who used to do that a lot, I will tell you that that's no fun. Fouling the ball down from foot to right below your knee. But I had shins on both sides like they were like paper mache for a long time. It was really soft and spongy. They finally got over it.
That's to center. And Celestino is there for the catch. And one hop throw to Correa gives him an encouraging sign like, yeah, that's what we want. Throw it to me. That's why I'm standing here. 2 down.
It's a good concept.
Well, I threw this out to Justin Morneau on the road trip, and he agreed with me. It seems like there's so many more pitches fouled against feet and ankles. And if it happens once to you, to your point, that's too many already. But do you agree with that? Whether it's the velocity that pitchers now are throwing with, the late movement, do you sense that it's happening more than it used to?
You know, I don't know that I can say that I think that it is. It may be. I know there were a lot of guys in my era that went to the shin guard when they went up. I mean, that was kind of my era was kind of the first one to see guys do that. So I'm not really sure about that.
Outside.
I know my shins are saying no. It was just as much back then as it is now.
And that's why we're living a blessed life as broadcasters, because really, what's the most painful thing that could happen up here? There isn't anything nearly as painful as fouling a ball off your foot.
No.
Popped up, back, out of play.
And the only thing that could be anywhere close to being painful is trying to be a hero and catch a line drive foul ball back here, which Justin and I have both told you was never, ever going to be attempted.
But did you see me catch one?
I did.
Okay.
I did. And I mean, I think it's great kudos to you for doing that. And I still think the risk reward is skewed to the wrong side.
1-2. And now 2-2. Enriquez facing Trout for the second time. Walked him on 4 pitches the first time. High fly to center. And Celestino comes in. Another 0 put up by Henriquez. See if the Twins bats can get going here in the bottom of the 6th.
At Boll & Branch, we don't make bedding like everyone else. We make it better. We prioritize thread quality, not thread count. We source the finest 100% organic cotton to make the softest, most luxurious fabrics on earth. We're free from toxins, the way home should be. Boll & Branch is made different, so you can sleep better at night. Experience the difference at bollandbranch.com.
It's cheating. It's not even fair.
It's like the hitters know where I'm gonna throw every time.
I hate win reality.
I love it.
Be ready for real. Win reality.
We love going to games, but good seats get pricey. So we use Game Time. Game Time checks ticket prices in real time and finds you all the best last-minute deals. We got our seats 20 minutes ago for 60% off. Last-minute tickets at the best price in seconds. Download Game Time now.
Bottom of the 6th inning here in downtown Minneapolis. I'm back. This time I'm in section 115. I love this on a day like today. You got it made in the shade, of course, right behind home plate. Nothing better than that. You have a great view, a good catcher's view, as our friend Tim Laudner would say, right behind home plate to be able to witness all of the action. I love these seats. Seats 8 through 11 are available here in section 115. So go ahead and get your hands on them for 2023 season ticket memberships. Dick, back to you.
Yeah, not every day will be like this, but what a gorgeous afternoon to watch baseball. Nick Gordon will lead off the bottom of the 6th inning against Suarez. Drove in a run with a single his last time up, just kind of stuck the bat out right before the pitch was going to be caught by Stassi. And he hit it between Rengifo and the line for an RBI single. One and one. Earlier we were talking about Gordon, his year. One of the brightest spots for the Twins this year, his ability to play, produce, big swing and a miss. And now we'll see whether he has a toned down 2-strike swing after that violent strike 2 swing.
And I'm okay with that. That's a fastball swing and a slider. So you just cheat on the fastball a little bit. He saw the first thing he saw, he was going to try to pull it. Not able to do it. It's a different pitch, but now you can't hit the same way. See if he's got a 2-strike approach here.
Swing and a miss. And we didn't show it to you, but after the second strike, both Rengifo and Soto moved toward the third baseline about 45 feet apiece. So they respected the fact that Gordon does, even though he struck out there, open up the whole field with 2 strikes, 1 down.
I mean, you're going to strike out if you're a left-handed hitter. You're going to strike out against some left-handed pitchers. In the big leagues, there's no getting around that. You can't do it perfectly every time, but I think Nick's on his way there.
Ball 1 to Celestino, a double into the right field corner leading off the second. And then a bouncer to short to wrap up the third. Here's what we were talking about. Gordon with 2 strikes took the big hack, right? But he's gotten the reputation of using the whole field. So look at the shift. They're taking the shortstop, and everybody's going to move over that much simply because Gordon has shown the ability, the willingness to hit the ball to the opposite field with 2 strikes.
That as much as anything is a great sign as to what he's attempting to do.
But and within that, see, now that's to me the folly of legislating teams, the defensive team, out of shifts. Because if everybody did that, you'd be getting rid of the shift, right?
Exactly. It's what my biggest peeve has been about that all along.
3-0.
So I mean, when's the NFL going to put into effect that the free safety and the strong safety must play only 6 yards off the line of scrimmage? I mean, when is the NBA going to say if you're over 6'8" or 6'9", you can't go anywhere near the paint? I just think these are the best hitters in the world, and they can. So we look at Jaime Barria in the Angels' pen, but I mean, figure out how to slap the ball the other way. We've already seen for all these years that they've shifted. Anybody that was.
Well, Celestino does it about as well as any right-handed hitter the Twins have had for a while.
Anybody that's walked up there gets a big shift and turned around and squared around and bunted a ball over to, for a base hit to the third base side. Look at Celestino. I mean, throw the ball out there to him, and you're playing right into his game. He wants the ball out over the plate, hit it, slap it that way. Two hits over there today. But I mean, then they stop the shift. You hit it over there one time, you bunt it over there one time. One time, everybody moves around. So then I think, well, then why are we legislating where guys can play? Why don't the greatest hitters in the world just figure that out?
And I thought twice about bringing it up with you because I knew how you felt about it, and it would raise your blood pressure a little bit.
I'm all wound up now. The only thing that I can figure is that they say, you know what, yeah, they should be able to do that, but it's not nearly as fun for them and the fans, because they ought to be able to hit the way they want to hit and get the hits that they have traditionally gotten, and continue to let the guys not slap the ball the other way or bunt, but try to hit the ball over the fence to their pull field. I guess that's more fun for everybody, fans and players. But then at the same time now they're starting to implement rule changes that would be a boost to the running game and all kinds of smaller baseball. So I don't know what the deal is.
1-1 to Palacios. Well, now 2-1.
Paul Molitor wouldn't even talk about it with me anymore. We'd be he'd see a big shift and a guy go up there and hit into it, and he just I could see him. He'd just shake his head.
Rod Carew, who's been in the dugout along with Tony Oliva, has adopted the theme, which we wish more hitters would adopt. You shift, I shift.
Yeah.
Meaning a hitter, okay, recognizing where the defense is. There's Sir Rodney in front of Mr. Oliva. Still studying the game.
Yeah.
They're not there for the bananas. Well, maybe.
Well,
Tony.
Well, that's one of the things that Tony's there for. Not the main thing.
I'll hold back.
Oh, one of the greatest hitters and greatest gentlemen the game has ever known. Love that man. And the one standing in front of him, too.
Well, Palacios battling here at 3-2. The Twins need base runners, down by 3. And another foul. It's interesting because Palacios is up now. Cave is on deck. He's left-handed, but now this has become a rather long at bat with Suarez approaching 100 pitches. Guessing that Suarez will be left in to face Cave, but Palacios trying to put another runner aboard here. And he takes ball 4. Nicely done by Palacios. A long walk. And so now runners at first and second for Cave and 1 down. Meeting on the mound, and a reminder that Tickets for Kids believes every kid should have the opportunity to attend a ball game, theater performance, or museum. Join them for breakfast here at Target Field Wednesday, November 16th to celebrate how they inspire futures. Get tickets now at ticketsforkids.org/breakfast. And I am looking forward to that event. I'll be emceeing, and as Tony Oliva comes to Target Field for bananas, I'll show up bright and early for a free breakfast. Here's Cave representing the tying run.
Pretty on brand for both of you.
Cave with a strikeout swinging in the second, and then a ground ball to first. Swing and a miss. Behind Cave is Hamilton. The Twins have a bench of Leon, Wallner, Contreras, Arise, and Billy Hamilton. Trying to get something out of this here. Run in the first, a run in the third. And now 2 on with 1 out in the 6th. One and one. Swung on and missed, 1 and 2. Angels got a bunch of seeing eye hits to open up a 5-2 lead. We'll see if Cave can get one here. Snap bat, short fly ball to center. Trout slams on the brakes, makes the catch for out number 2. And now Hamilton looks like he's going to be called back, or at least he's walking back to the dugout. The Angels are going to make a pitching change here. Maria was warming up. 5 2/3 innings for Suarez and a chance to pick up his 7th win of the year.
To get more hits out here, start training in here. Introducing Win Reality. Game speed pitches anywhere, anytime. Hands in sync with eyes. Confidence in sync with your progress. Be ready for real. Win Reality.
Did you know that ticket prices can actually go down right before the game? That's where Game Time comes in. Game Time tracks ticket prices in real time from thousands of trusted sellers, then shows you all the best deals. So we can get tickets at the last minute for up to 60% off. Download Game Time now.
If we weren't proud of the craftsmanship and level of detail that go into every pair of Warby Parker glasses, well, we probably wouldn't show you how they're made, including this part, which is our favorite. Wow. And this is also great. When you order a new frame, we custom cut and polish a pair of lenses just for you. Try 5 pairs for free at warbyparker.com.
5-2. Veterans and active military members can receive half-price Twins tickets. Simply provide a valid military ID and enjoy half-price Diamond Box High or home plate view seats. Get details at twinsbaseball.com/military. Chance for the Twins now, and it will be Caleb Hamilton who will hit against Berea. 2 on, 2 out. Hamilton 0 for 2 with 2 strikeouts. Still looking for that elusive first big league hit. One strikeout looking, one swinging. Any better now for the hitters with the shadow line now behind the mound?
It's a little better. I never liked it when there was dark shadow covering both me and the pitcher, and then that bright sunlit background.
Hamilton with a big swing and a foul back.
This is not too bad right now because it's not real dark out there, but in the shadows. But when the pitcher's in the shadow as you are as a hitter, and you're looking at the hitter's background brightly lit behind him, it's like he's silhouetted out there, and it's like he's backlit in a picture, and it's hard to. That's the best way I can describe it. You take a picture with into the sun, and people are backlit, and you don't really see them real well. That's kind of the feeling that you get.
And you're trying to pick up the spin and location of a rubbed up baseball. It's not white. It's just, kind of beige-ish.
Yep.
So that can't help. On the outside edge, and 1-2. One and 2 to Caleb Hamilton, representing the tying run. Popped up down the right field line with enough elevation to get over the screen back into the seats. And the Twins are hopeful that Ryan Jeffers might be able to play the final week or so of the regular season, get some at-bats in after missing most of the second half with a broken thumb. Another 1-2 pitch from Berea to Hamilton. And now 2-2.
Hamilton's got to be very aware of that slider. Berea's kind of a slider throwing dude. Fastball, slider primarily. He'll mix in a sinker and a changeup. But to right-handers, and especially now, 2 strikes, showing him a fastball, probably going to get slider.
Yep. Swing and a miss. And Hamilton strikes out. The Twins leave 2 aboard in the 6th.
If you think the pennant chase is intense,
why would you sit there and get them all agitated? That's the last thing you want to do.
Wait till you hear what the Mad Dog has to say. High Heat on MLB Network.
2. Twins hoping to win the series 2-1. Hits are even, runs are not. A couple of costly Twins errors have helped the Angels score a couple of extra runs. And so far, through the middle innings, the story has been Ronnie Henriquez. He walked the first guy he faced, and then he pitched around a leadoff single in the 6th, and that's been it. He's picked up 3 strikeouts along the way.
Yeah, he's pitched very well. I like his stuff. I like what he appears to be wanting to do with the 3 pitches that he has. A decent fastball, 94-ish. A little turnover changeup that he actually throws pretty hard at around 88 miles an hour. He knows where he wants to throw the ball. He's got a nice, quick little slider. He knows where he wants to throw that.
On the ground, right to Urshela. 1 away. And that'll bring up Taylor Ward. It's great when an organization develops a player. Let's use Miranda as an example because it looks like he's going to be a run producer for many years to come for the Twins. That's great. But when you have, particularly a year like this year, when there's so many injuries, having players, and maybe Henriquez fits into that, develop into being a good player. Not a great player, but just a good player, somebody who can help you. Deep to left center field, and that ball won't be caught. There's a double bounding over the wall, and Ward has a 1-out double. But ultimately, that's the test, I think, for an organization. Creating an environment where players can just get better from one level to the next. And we mentioned that as a rule, or in total, there isn't anything impressive about Henriquez's season. But he got better towards the end of his time in St. Paul, and now the Twins are figuring whether he can get some batters out up here.
Well, player development is critical. Obviously, Twins are working hard at being able to do that throughout the system.
Nice stop at third, and Urshela comes up firing. A really nice play with Ward advancing to third base, but if that ball gets to the outfield, he was going to score. Instead, it's out number 2 for Moniak. Best coverage in the game. We'll check out the T-Mobile coverage cam.
Gio Urshela, the only guy over there, and it wasn't hit right at him. He has to make a terrific play right here. And you're right, if he doesn't make that play, that's a run.
Strike 1 over the inside edge to Moniak.
Henriquez, she looks at it, watches that play, and says, "Man, it's good to be in the big leagues."
Henriquez trying to strand Ward at third. 0-2.
But just to your point about Henriquez developing and what the organization is trying to do, you just want to get as many guys that are looking like they can knock on the door to get to the big leagues as possible. Just a lot of guys. Make somebody, allow somebody to just play his way up here. Not because you need bodies like they did this year. I mean, this year was disappointing with all those injuries and guys, coming up to play. But have your regular guys in the lineup, and then have all of these guys on your roster, and then have all these guys just knocking on the door and forcing you to make some decisions about where they should play and if they should play in the big leagues.
Now, how it happens, of course, I don't know. But if the Twins can have a more normal year on the health front, then you're asking the players to force the issue.
Right. That's
rather than, hey, we need a right-hander because the other guy pitched 3 innings yesterday and he can't help us now.
That's exactly my point. You want guys being brought up here because they have forced their way here.
Lifted foul into the seats. So where, if at all, Henriquez might fit into that? He's shown some composure here. He's, entered a game that the Twins have been behind all 5 runs charged to Bundy. Bundy put a 0 up in the 5th, 6th, maybe the 7th here as well. 1-2. 2-2.
But here's the thing with Henriquez, and you want as many guys like this as possible. They're taking a look at him. He doesn't figure. You look at who the Twins have on the mound, starting and relieving next year if everybody's healthy. He doesn't figure, but he's made the improvement this year. What if he goes down there and pitches lights out next year?
Popped up left field. Coming in is Gordon. 3 2/3 innings of shutout relief for Ronnie Henriquez. Twins down by 3, and it's stretch time. And it's our pleasure for the last time this year at Target Field to bring you God Bless America, performed by Jessica Llewellyn.
At this time, we ask that you please rise as we welcome Air Force Master Sergeant Jessica Llewellyn as she leads us in the singing of God Bless America.
God bless America, land that I love. Stand beside her and guide her through the night with the light from above. From the mountains to the prairies to the oceans wide with foam. God bless America, my home sweet home. God bless America, my home sweet.
Did you know that ticket prices can actually go down right before the game? That's where Game Time comes in. Game Time tracks ticket prices in real time from thousands of trusted sellers, then shows you all the best deals. So we can get tickets at the last minute for up to 60% off. Download Game Time now.
Score as we head into the bottom of the 7th inning. All throughout today, I've been showing you what is available for the 2023 season ticket membership. Simon, another few seats that are available for next season. This here is section 124, right up from the third base line. I love it out here. We've been showing you some seats around home plate up in those sections, but this is really nice. You get to be involved right on the third base line. So many great seats, Dick and Roy, that are available for the 2023 season ticket holders. Once again, fans can get their hands on those now. A variety of flex plans available, and a lot of great stuff there to look at.
Absolutely. Never a bad seat at this ballpark. Something we never claimed at the Metrodome. There were some bad seats in the Metrodome. Pitches up and in. 1-1 to Miranda in the Twins' 7th inning. Now, when you grew up in Southern California, I'm guessing you were more of a Dodger Stadium guy, even though the Angels were there by 1961 too.
My dad had always played in the National League. My uncle had always played and managed in the National League, and we were just kind of National League people. My dad player coached and managed in the Dodger organization, so we were Dodger folks.
2-1 now to Miranda, leading off the Twins' 7th. Facing Berea. Off the end of the bat, a pop-up into the tarp and out of play. So where were your seats? Did you always get really good seats, or?
Most of the time that we went to games as a family was when Gene Mock's teams were in town, so Phillies and Expos out there, and yes, he got us seats the first or second row right behind the visitor dugout. So that was pretty fun.
2-2 to Miranda. 1 for 3 on the afternoon. Protecting the plate. I can tell you almost exactly, I don't know the section, but I can still picture where I was the first time I went to Met Stadium to see my first Twins game. Second deck down the left field line. Drilled to center, but it's slicing toward Trout, but it drops down in front of him. So Miranda with a couple of singles in the ball game, and he's responding rather well to that leadoff spot. He got 3 hits last night and 2 already today.
Well, he's back to center of the field approach that has served him so well. He's got 5 hits in the last 2 nights and last 2 games. All to center field or right center.
Correa with a couple of doubles and a foul back. Oof. 1 strike.
Right on that. As I've mentioned this whole series, it seems like every time he decides to swing the bat, big end of the bat, the sweet spot is right on time with the ball.
Oh, and 2. Double pulled and then a double to right center.
Well, that's a perfect way to hit a changeup to your full field and a fastball off the right center field fence.
Another foul ball.
So you see an example of Correa's 2-strike approach. He's 0-2 and got a fastball. He was late on it, but able to foul it back. And the reason he's late is because he knows Berea has that slider that's going to look like a fastball and be slower and break away from him, and he's got to protect against that. Fastball on the inside corner is the only thing that's going to get you out if you're waiting on the ball and trying to hit fastball the other way. See that pitch right there, and that's a ball, but Correa's just he refuses to be struck out here in his mind, so he's just going to try to put the ball in play as best he can. If he throws him a fastball in there, he's just going to fight it off as best he can. That pitcher 3-1, he might hit that in left field seats, but that's not what's called for right now with 2 strikes. What's called for is protecting everything against every speed. So he's waiting a little longer.
I asked him the other day when there was so much hype about Ohtani pitching here on Friday night, how good of a pitcher he was growing up in Puerto Rico. Correa said, well, I pitched a perfect game when I was 14, and that didn't surprise me at all, right? With that arm.
With that arm.
But then he said when he realized he was going to be a professional ball player, he didn't want to pitch because he didn't want to play just once every 5 days.
Right.
2 strikes. And now a ball.
See, and you see so many hitters, right-hand hitters, swing and miss that pitch, be out in front of that pitch and swing and miss. The reason that Correa didn't is because of his approach, because he's waiting a long time. He's vulnerable to that inside fastball, but not nearly as vulnerable to the slider away.
And another foul ball.
And another battle on a pitch, and they're pitching him great. They really are. Berea understands and Stassi understands that Correa's got this 2-strike thing going, and he's waiting a long time, and so they're trying to bust him in, get him out in there because he's waiting a long time, and they either get him out or they set up that slider away, and now it's just a battle between, okay, whose approach is going to win.
And Correa ends up striking out.
Yeah, just threw him a great slider there. And a lot of times as a hitter, you fight, and they're pitching the inside so much, and that's what they were trying to do. They just impress them that you were coming in there and you can't hit it because you're waiting too long, and then you just get a little quick, and he happens to throw you a slider. You see him out in front there. You see him opening up just a little bit, like protecting against that inside. And you can only get jammed so many times, even on foul balls, before you kind of give in and say, okay, I'm not gonna get jammed anymore.
Urshela pops it up, might be playable for Tice. Nope. And thank goodness the door stayed secured, and he was able to balance himself and get back without flipping over.
And the reason the doors didn't open is because he put his hands down on the step down there. Right?
1 strike to Urshela. And another foul ball. Only 2 pitches for Berea, 17 strikes. And seemingly everything except strike 3 to Correa has been fouled away. Hamilton also went down swinging. Jose Quijada warming up.
How many is that for Stassi today?
Well, he had 2 of them in the first inning, and probably a couple since, and now another one here in the 7th. Two strikes. And now a ball.
Knocked his earpiece out, and he said, heck with it. I don't want to hear anything. All I'm hearing is buzzing anyway.
2-2. Angels took 2 out of 3 in Anaheim. Twins hoping to come back and take 2 out of 3 of this in this series. Three and 2. Close pitch, a little bit high. Twins trying to build an inning with this, in terms of experience, top-heavy lineup. That's a fair ball right over the bag. Miranda around second to third. Urshela will hold up with a single. We're talking about using the whole field. I don't see too many right-handed batters hit a ball like that.
Well, again, another 2-strike emergency hack, but waiting a long time, making sure he protects against all possible pitches. Actually gets kind of a little backup slider and protects as best he can. Slashes it right down the line. Unlucky here that ball bounced right out to Taylor Ward, or we'd have second and third.
Sanchez, the batter, a couple of outfield flies to Mike Trout in a single. It was Sanchez who broke the game open last night with a 3-run home run. Checked his swing and took ball 1.
Now just give me one slider that kind of hangs in the middle of the plate for Gary. Just one time. That's all I ask.
Last night hit a 3-0 fastball into the second deck. That hit him.
Yeah, got him. Looked like he got him in the shoulder, grazed the shoulder.
So now they're loaded up for Nick Gordon, and Quijada will come in to face him. So they're loaded up with 1 down.
Oh yeah, right up his hand.
Phil Nevin will come to the mound and make a pitching change. And again, the Twins have a lot of left-handers on the bench because the Angels started a lefty. The only right-handed batter they have available to them would be Sandy Leon and Billy Hamilton. So it'll be Gordon with the bases loaded and 1 down. All righty.
The game is changing, and so are the shows that talk about it. MLB Network's Off Base.
What's going on, everyone?
A modern baseball show for the modern baseball fan.
It doesn't get much better than sitting around and talking baseball.
Only on MLB Network.
Today, I consider myself the luckiest man on the face of the earth.
Jackie Robinson, 13 home runs into the left field stands.
Here comes Roger Maris. There's a new home run champion of all time.
I don't believe what I just saw.
Cal Ripken Jr. has reached the unreachable star.
This crowd on its feet and in unison.
This one has a chance. Home run! Mike Piazza! The Boston Red Sox are world champions.
Welcome to the first night of MLB Network.
Number 600 for Jim Thome. That ball is gone. 106. That would be a new record. It is caught. Oh, what a catch by Mike Trout. The Cubs have finally won it all. The Atlanta Braves are world champions.
Trying to get their first run on the board since the 3rd inning. They got a 1-out double in the 5th, didn't score. And runners at first and second, 1 out in the 6th, didn't score. And now with 1 out, the bases are loaded, and Quijada will be pitching to Nick Gordon.
You look at his numbers there and how tough he is against, well, both, but especially left-handers. Nick Gordon's got his work cut out for him. You see, you're going to get some fastballs. He won't throw that changeup to Nick Gordon, probably. He's going to be fastball and slider to a left-hand hitter. Primarily fastballs. Gets it up there 95-ish, 96 sometimes. So if you're Nick, you just stay in it, get ready for fastball, try to hit the ball, line it right back through the box.
1 for 3 against the lefty starter Suarez, an RBI single in the 3rd. Driving in the most recent Twins run. 2 singles and a hit batter here in the 7th. On the outside edge, strike 1. Biggest at bat for the Angels this inning was a long battle with Correa that ended up with a swinging strikeout. Oh, 0-2. Quijada as he gets into the stretch position. Kind of looks like a poker player with the ball in his glove.
Trying to hit close to the vest, huh?
Yeah, trying to make sure nobody else can look in there. Now the Angels again shifting with Gordon and 2 strikes. They take the shortstop Soto and put him back on the left side of the infield. Gordon with a swing and a miss, 2 down, and that'll leave it up to Celestino. Celestino with 2 hits, both of them to the opposite field. A double into the right field corner in the second, leading off the inning, but he never touched third base. And then a 1-out single to the opposite field in the 6th.
Well, he just threw the ball right by Nick Gordon. Isn't bad. He was not up to that velocity.
Strike 1. Jorge Lopez looks like he'll get the 8th inning. Celestino trying to drive in 1 or more here with a base hit. Bases loaded, 2 down. Driven to the right field corner, but slicing foul. 97.
Yeah, he's getting it up there pretty well. And overmatched Nick Gordon, and Celestino way late on that one. Haven't seen a breaking ball yet. It hasn't felt like he needed one.
Oh, and 2 to Celestino. High fastball got him. And the Twins again try to build up an inning, but can't get the productive hit at the end, leaving the bases full.
Are you ready for some hot stuff?
Turning up the heat, yeah.
If you think the pennant chase is intense,
Why would you sit there and get them all agitated? That's the last thing you want to do.
wait till you hear what the Mad Dog has to say. High Heat on MLB Network.
Every time he steps up to the plate, goes into his windup, or runs one down.
Oh, you won't see a better one than that.
He competes not only against the other team, but against the toughest adversary, himself. MLB Tonight, where the best outdo their best on MLB Network.
My pleasure to be working with this man who actually caught the first ground ball on this site. Do you remember when we came over here?
Sure do.
After the stadium bill was passed, we came over here the next day, and I had a bat and a ball, and you brought a glove. It was a parking lot back then.
Yeah, we had to find a place where there weren't cars so you could hit me a ground ball. And
so this man caught the first ground ball ever hit here at what became Target Field, but that was a long time ago.
Tried to figure out where shortstop might be. Yeah.
Right.
Yep. That was amazing. That was a long time ago, and it It just didn't seem possible at the time, did it? It just was.
Actually, come to think of it, it was we shifted you for that. You were between a Volvo and a Mazda.
Yeah. Well, that's because you had never ever hit a ground ball to a Chevy. I mean,
the amazing thing is, if my high school baseball coach was there, I didn't pop up because he saw me do an awful lot of that. 1 strike to Stassi, and Henrique is still out there. There's a swing and a miss, 0-2. That was such a fun time, really, to be engaged with the Twins organization, because they had tried so hard to get a real ballpark built. And how about Henriquez? Not just a strikeout to start the 8th inning, but a quick strikeout at that. Second time he struck out Stassi.
See the little red dot on that tight slider? Pitched him really well. Slider, 94-mile-an-hour fastball up in the zone, and then slider again. Have a seat.
Soto will bat. Missed high. So I'm guessing we will see Henriquez in at least one more opportunity like this to give him the ball, let him run off some innings. 1-1. Center field, chased by Gordon and Celestino, and it is Gordon with the catch, 2 away. Could be a crushing loss for the Mariners. They're just in the 7th inning, but they had an 11-2 lead, and now they're trailing the Royals 13-12. Now, the Mariners have a fairly comfortable lead over Baltimore for a wild card spot. In fact, they picked up a game on the Orioles last night. Orioles had a crushing loss to Houston in extra innings, taking a lead into the 8th inning and 9th inning, losing it eventually. But now Houston in 10 innings is leading Baltimore 2-1, and Kansas City, as we said, leading Seattle by a run just in the 7th inning. Give you some idea how long it's been since the Mariners have been in the playoffs. It was 2001. Not only was Target Field not built yet, Twins were almost contracted after the 2001 season. So if that's a bookmark in your baseball life, that's how long it's been since the Mariners have made the playoffs. One and 2 to Stefanik.
Well, I hope they pull it off. It'd be a shame for them to have the year that they had after this year, and then give it up here at the end. I'd hate to see that. It'd be good to have Seattle in the playoffs.
Royals got 11 runs in the 6th inning. This one hit a long way to the gap in left center field, landing on the warning track and then into the bullpen for a 2-out double. Stefanik keeps the inning alive for the Angels. And a chance potentially for the Twins, because now the Tigers have scored late and lead Chicago 4-1, 1 out in the bottom of the 9th inning. The Tigers threatening to sweep the White Sox in Chicago. There's just 2 games separating the White Sox and Twins. Here is Rengifo. Ball 1. Chop to the right side. Miranda will go to the bag. Ronnie Henriquez
nice
with another 0 in the 8th.
Nos impactó la historia de Clemente, lo que hizo por la cultura.
Trabajaba entre la noche, estudiaba en la mañana y entrenaba en las tardes. Así era, por decir, todo mi día, todos los días.
منو باشه که اسکنیش جو باتو لکلو به بیتو باشکو
que vaya campo makimo.
Si tú tienes en tu corazón sembrar deporte en alguien, puede cambiar la vida a quien sea.
Of the game, the Twins trailed by just 1 run until the 4th inning. Luis Rengifo has a 2 RBI single to put the Angels in front by 3 runs. Then we saw 22-year-old Ronnie Henriquez come into the game, and he has stepped up for the Twins when they needed the help. Only 4 strikeouts through 4 2/3 innings so far, 3 hits for Ronnie Henriquez. Certainly stepping up when the Twins need him. But the Twins lineup unable to answer back for some tough Angels pitchers as well. And we sit 5-2. Twins continue to trail as we head in to the bottom of the 8th inning, guys.
All right. So Henriquez has been the star of the show so far. We'll see if there's somebody in the lineup who can step up with a big hit. It has been lacking so far, even though the Twins had 2 plate appearances in the 6th inning where the batter represented the tying run, and 3 of them in the 7th inning where the batter represented the tying run. Pulled foul just wide of the bag. Strike 1 to Palacios. It's the bottom third of the Twins lineup here. Palacios, Cave, and Hamilton. Congratulations to Terry Francona and the Cleveland Guardians. They are the American League Central champions, and they deserved every bit of it.
They sure did.
They kicked the Twins to the curb. They kicked the White Sox to the curb. Fouled back 2 strikes. And so I think it's fair to say the way they're playing, there's not a team that would want to play them in the playoffs.
They can pitch. We've known that all along. They are very, very solid on the mound. The question for them was going to be whether they could get enough offense to match what their pitching prowess, and didn't start out that way early in the season. But boy, they got some guys that figured some things out at the plate. Not really counting on to be the kind of contributors they were. But Ahmed Rosario, the shortstop, has had a terrific year, and Jim Jimenez at second base has had a terrific year. Of course, so there's Jose Ramirez. Right. It's like unparalleled.
It's like somebody suggested on social media, and I'd give him credit if I remembered who it was, but how are they going to celebrate their championship when so many of their players aren't old enough to drink?
Yep.
1 down, and now Cave. Oh, and the White Sox just finished an 0-6 homestand.
Man.
Tigers swept them.
I just had the feeling that they were kind of going in the tank here, and that's why I was excited about this game for the Twins and the White Sox series coming up. Today was, I was really hoping it was going to be a fun day. They could have gotten within 1 game of the White Sox, with the White Sox coming to town for 3, and they could just, speaking of kicking to the curb, they could take their own shot at it.
An appeal, but no swing, 2-0.
If they're going to do that today, they have to get something going in a hurry.
Well, they've had chances. They just have not been able to get that double to the gap with men on base. Cave over 3, a strikeout, a ground out, and a fly ball. But now 2-0. Hamilton's on deck. Two and 1. White Sox are back below the 500 mark now. Twins hope to get there. After today, 9 games left, 6 of them against Chicago.
Yeah, you look at the schedule at the beginning of the year and you look out to the last week of the season, you see the Twins and the White Sox 6 games. As Trevor McGill is warming up in the bullpen, you say, well, that's going to decide it. Those 6 games will decide it. Now it's going to decide second place.
But now, as a division champion, the Guardians know that they will have home field advantage in the playoffs. And they will be able to, with a week and a half left, set up both their rotation and their bullpen. Cave chases, swings and misses, 2 down. 4 straight strikeouts for Quijada, all of them swinging. And now Hamilton, who comes to the plate here in the 8th inning, 0 for 3 with 3 strikeouts. And you just hope the young man can get a base hit here, because I don't know how many opportunities he's going to get once, if any, once Ryan Jeffers is cleared to play. A drive left center field, deep to left, and his first big league hit is his first big league home run.
Wow. Good for Caleb Hamilton. Really happy for him. You and I were both pulling for him to get a base hit, to get his first big league hit. And he made it a big deal.
That has to feel so good. Simply making contact had been a bit of a problem for Caleb, but he crushed that ball. And it's a 5-3 game. And it turns the lineup over. Miranda will hit against a new Angel pitcher.
Well, he had a strong swing at this one and squared it up. He's a strong kid and put it in the seats. Not only exciting for him, but pump the club up here a little bit. Get within 2 runs now, top of the order. Guys are saying, let's go.
It's a 2-run ball game. Twins still hitting in the 8th when we come back.
Every time he takes the field, he competes not only against the other team, but against the toughest adversary, himself. MLB Tonight, where the best outdo their best on MLB Network.
Hamilton's home run, drawing the Twins to within 2, and now Miranda will face Ryan Tepera. And the pitch fouled away. Boy, we've seen Miranda really be aggressive early in his at-bats now. He has 2 hits, 5 hits, all singles in the last 2 ball games.
It's one of the things I think he does best is how aggressive he is at the ball. As with most young hitters, as he tones down that aggressiveness outside the strike zone a little bit, makes the pitcher come to him, he's going to just get better and better.
1-1. Twins now out hitting the Angels 11-10. Kanhata had struck out 4 batters in a row, swinging, and then Hamilton teed off. Breaking ball snaps over. 1-2.
Almost exclusively fastballs and sliders from Tepera. Likes that slider most of all.
2-2.
I mean, that's to right-hand hitters. Things will change a little bit. Throw some changeups to left-handers, but right now he's got right-hand hitters to contend with, and it's going to be fastball and slider, and can you get one in the middle that you can handle?
Line right to the head of Stefanik, who makes the catch, and the Twins are done in the 8th. They got one back on the Hamilton home run, and it's 5-3.
A new quest has begun.
A quest for success.
Wow! What a star by that one.
A quest for redemption. My quest begins now.
Unbelievable!
All the way to October.
Oh my goodness!
Only on MLB Network.
That's gone! Struck him out!
Our national pastime, all the time.
Evan Longoria, a guy last year who was one of the catalysts to a surprising Giants team.
Meet Evan Longoria. He's watching MLB Network.
Dude, Longo's hitting with big-time power. Still that
because that's what baseball fans do.
Like, here we go, Longo, 2022.
Lead it heading into the 9th inning here at Target Field, and right after the game we'll bring you our post-game coverage as always on Twins Live. And today we'll take a look at a rough day in the field for the Twins and how a couple of errors played a role in this ball game. Plus Carlos Correa continuing his surging September. 2 more hits today for Correa, and we'll bring you post-game reaction from manager Rocco Baldelli right after this finale between the Twins and the Angels. Dick and Roy.
All right, yeah. I believe 3 earned runs, 2 unearned runs on 2 different errors early in the ball game cost the Twins, and you hope those errors, those unearned runs, don't cost the Twins the ball game. And Trevor McGill will come in and try to do what seemingly was easy for Henriquez, and that is just put up a 0. Guys get a base hit, pitch around it. What a wonderful job by Ronnie Henriquez.
Really was a terrific job, and I'll just go back to what I said after seeing him just a few hitters. I like the 3 pitches that he throws, and I like what he looks like he wants to do with each of those 3. That combination him very well. I mean, that's about as well as you can pitch. He got out of a tough jam. He gave up some base runners, got out of those. It's great.
So a total of 4 2/3 innings. He ended up pitching to all the Angel batters twice and gave up 3 hits and a walk, but no runs. So now an important ninth for McGill. He'll face Trout, Ohtani, and Ward. Twins wanting to keep this within striking distance. Ball 1. After facing Trout when he entered the game to fill the bases, Enriquez didn't have control issues at all, but that keeps, or it did the other night anyway, got in the way of McGill's outing. 1 inning and a run because of a couple of walks, gave up a run without a hit allowed. And now 2-0 to Trout. 2-1. When we get to the bottom of the ninth, it'll be Correa, Urshela, Sanchez, and Gordon, and maybe a few more after that. If it's Tepera pitching, Twins have some left-handed options, including Luis Suarez. There's a strike call, 2-2. Deep to right. And a double for Trout. Almost pinning it under the padding on the warning track in right field. Well, the Angels get a leadoff double from Mike Trout. He has 3 hits, all of them for extra bases.
And we were talking earlier about Trout's willingness, his actual desire, especially with 2 strikes. Look out over the plate, hit the ball to right center or right field. He took a 97-mile-an-hour fastball and just drilled it in right under the cushioning of out there in the right field. I mean, it's a big league hitter right there, and we know how good he is. But it's not just talent; it's approach too.
Ohtani takes ball 1. Two and 0. And a swing and a miss. We've seen McGill throw as hard as 100 miles per hour, and you can understand where the power comes from. Big guy, 6'8", 252. Missing with a breaking ball, and it's 3-1. Fouled away. 3-2.
Ohtani's pretty good at fighting off fastballs when they're away from him, whether it's up or down. We saw him miss badly on a fastball inside from McGill.
Hurricane warning. A hurricane hurricane watch and tropical storm warning have been upgraded to a hurricane warning for the following counties. In Florida, Northern Lake, Okeechobee, Orange, Osceola, Seminole, and Southern Lake.
Again, next year the Angels will be part of the last homestand of the year. And similarly, Twins go out and play the Angels. It's linked to a road series against the Dodgers. 1-2. Let's see if you can get on that one. You'd like to go back home, wouldn't you?
You know, it's always fun to go out to California to LA. I went with you to San Diego this year. Well,
that's right.
That was fun. Don't have any people in LA anymore. Everybody's moving around.
Outside now, 2-2.
You can see what the Angels thought they had a chance to have this year with Trout and Ohtani and Ward and Rendon. Rendon got hurt badly and missed the whole season, but thought they were going to have some pretty formidable offense.
And McGill finishes off a strikeout, one away.
This copyrighted telecast is presented by authority of the Minnesota Twins and may not be reproduced or retransmitted in any form, and the accounts and descriptions of this game may not be disseminated without the express written consent of Minnesota Twins, LLC.
Tice the batter. Keeping an eye on Ohtani. We mentioned he can steal a base, but he's been caught a lot this year. One and 0. I guess one thing that the course of this season has proven, and McGill might be an example of it, and we've seen him throw 100 miles per hour. Hitters sometimes seem unfazed by that now. And I mean, it used to be if you could throw 93, 94, you had a above average fastball. Now that's the average fastball. And guys who can take it to a higher level in terms of velocity, hitters react very quickly to that, it seems.
It's I think a question of familiarity, you know, and you just see more and more guys throwing 95 and above, and that just becomes the baseline.
2-2.
And you're right. I mean, guys do feel, it looks like they're much more comfortable. They have much more aggressive, comfortable swings against 97 plus.
Another roller. Boy, the Angels have been slashing the ball, just finding holes all afternoon long. First and second, one down, and that'll bring up Moniak. Moniak 0 for 4 with 2 strikeouts.
You know, the one thing that I would say too about the guys that throw real hard now, they're, as hitters get used to seeing that kind of speed, then it becomes about location, just like it always has. And where's a guy able to handle a pitch, and where has he not been able to? The Angels left-handers that we've seen here today, Tice, Moniak, especially, there's a good example. Upstairs, not so good. Late, down in the zone, it just dropped the head on it, and you know, and it could be that as pitchers nowadays are so focused on throwing the ball 98 miles an hour, they've lost the ability to locate. Not only like that, not only in the strike zone, get the ball in the strike zone, not throw balls, but know who the hitter is and say, okay, I've thrown 98, but I still have to throw it where I want to.
Right.
Against this particular hitter.
Popped up and spinning out of play.
See, there isn't anything that Tice or Moniak, Rengifo to some degree, Soto, the left-hand hitters, there isn't anything that would make you think that if you threw above 95 and you threw it at the upper part of the zone, that they're going to catch up. And we haven't seen one guy really catch up. The best they've been able to do with their ball up there is to foul it back late. But down in the zone, they kind of drop the head on it and slashes it to the opposite field.
3-2. That's to center. Coming in, Celestino didn't get there and didn't get a clean grip on the first hop. He would have had a force play at third base. So instead, it's a base hit right off the end of the bat. They're loaded up now. 4 hits this inning against McGill. That'll bring Pete Mackey to the mound. I just wonder what the level is, and I think Glenn Perkins and I discussed this on the air once. Whatever the transmission is from eye to brain to arms in terms of swinging at a pitch, I wonder what level it is where it's just the human body can't possibly effectively swing at a pitch at 104, 105, whatever.
I will tell you what that level is. I will tell you it was Nolan Ryan at 106.
It probably helped a little bit too that he wasn't exactly sure where it was going.
That was early in his career, the first half of his career. That helped him a lot. Guys, you stand in there and he's throwing at 106 and you're not really sure he knows where it's going. Later on, when he was pitching for Texas and Houston, he was just so good. I mean, he was pinpoint all of a sudden with his control.
Bases loaded. Angels have already added a run here in the ninth. But you know what I mean? I mean, the human body has its limits, right? Guys can't run 30 miles per hour. And so the human body, from seeing the pitch, it's coming at you, it looks like something you might be able to hit. And by the time that signal gets through your hands to get the bat through the hitting zone, the ball's already by you.
So the only thing that I can say about that, so we look at Giovanni Moran in the Twins pen, but the only thing I say about that is that
right field and hit pretty well. Going back is Cave, and that's off the wall. It'll score 1, it'll score 2, and a really rough inning for Trevor McGill. He has given up 5 hits, 30 pitches thrown, and the Angels have broken it open here in the ninth. Another double, this time by Stassi.
Fastball in the middle of the zone. It was thrown hard, but it was hit hard as well. Jay Cave chasing it, gets turned around, unable to make a play. But just to finish the thought, man, that double by Stassi is a good kind of a good punctuation marker to this. Guys don't just stand there doing nothing and wait and see the ball and then, oh, I think I can hit it. I'll start my swing now. And the 98 goods thrown by them. They're cheating on that fastball a little bit. Gee whiz.
Some of them have been hit hard, some of them not. It's another double, 2 more runs for the Angels. And 6 hits allowed in 7 at bats by Trevor McGill. Still only 1 out, and that's going to be the end of the day for McGill. Ronnie Enriquez had done such a nice job for 4 2/3 innings, giving up an occasional hit, but never really amounting to much. And then McGill coming in and 5 runs on the board already on 6 hits and 7 at bats. And Moran will try to finish off the Angels in the ninth. But the Angels have broken this game wide open. Okay.
If you think they're excited, you ain't heard nothing yet.
Be quiet, win ball games, then I'll shut up.
High Heat with Christopher Russo, only on MLB Network.
Baseball was gripping him. Well, Giovanni Moran has had some really good outings for the Twins, and he comes on here with the Twins giving up 5 runs, and McGill's still responsible for the runner at second base. Only 1 out.
Now here's a guy that is really intriguing in my mind. You look at 47 strikeouts in 35 innings pitched, but also 18 walks. So, too many walks and too many ball 2, ball 3 counts, and too much of the time he's got this good stuff and he's got guys set up to get him out and can't throw the pitch where he wants to throw it. But having said that, this stuff seems to me to play really, really well. And if he gets the control, the command of his stuff that he has, I think he's going to be a very valuable left-hander in the Twins bullpen.
Twins, one would assume, will bring Caleb Thielbar back, and lately it's been Moran who's been given the chance to complement Thielbar out of the bullpen. Danny Coulomb was that guy for a while, but as Moran gets more seasoning out there, one would hope that he'll be able to get ahead of hitters and have quicker at bats, all of that. 1-1. Back to the mound. Moran looks to the runner at second, flips to first. Thankfully, a second out, one more to go. Ninth man to bat is Rengifo. This awful mess of a ninth inning was started with a Mike Trout double. So it's his fault.
Well, then it's his fault a lot.
In the dirt, ball one. Missing. Took a pretty good pitch.
That was a good pitch.
2-0. And that finishes off an awful ninth inning. And the Twins are down now 10-3.
Baseball's biggest moments are live on MLB Big Inning. MLB.TV's nightly show takes you from game to game for all the grand slams, no-hitters, walk-offs, and more as they happen.
Wow, he can do it all!
Don't miss the ultimate baseball highlight reel.
This is some kind of awesome.
After your game ends, the action's just heating up on MLB Big Inning. Every night on MLB.TV.
Well, Twins are trying to get back into the game, but a 5-run ninth inning. And Twins are going to go to the bench to play out this game. It's going to be Matt Wallner, who will be able to say that he once pinch hit for Carlos Correa. Correa's spot was, and still is, going to lead off the bottom of the ninth, but instead of a 2-run deficit, it's a 7-run deficit, and Zach Weiss is going to be the new Angel pitcher.
So you look at Weiss's numbers there on the year. We saw him earlier in the series. Very much a slider ball pitcher, so even against left-handers, he likes it a lot. That's what guys are going to see.
Well, Wallner looking for his first target field base hit. He has just seen his teammate Caleb Hamilton get his first base hit, and it was a home run. Inside, ball one. Big swing and a miss. 1-1.
That's the pitch you want against Zach Weiss right there. That's the 93-mile-an-hour fastball right pretty much in the heart of the plate.
And that bounces in. 2-1. Wallner, then it's going to be Billy Hamilton. And then maybe Gary Sanchez. Long run for Rengifo, and he gets there, much like the play we saw Urshela make last night in the shift with a left-handed batter up a long run and a catch over by the tarp, one away.
This is like a standard third baseman catching a pop-up in Oakland. Run about 50 yards and run it down.
Well, this is puzzling to me because I talked the other day with Billy Hamilton about how he was scrapping switch hitting, and now here he is standing in left-handed against Weiss. Swung on and missed. He had an oblique injury last year and said that had given up left-handed hitting, but here he is. One strike. Two strikes.
Now, was he giving up hitting left-handed because of performance or because of injury?
He still has the oblique protected, and he didn't want to pull it, but he's swinging left-handed here, and he's gone on 3 pitches, 2 down. Rocco Baldelli rationalized it. I don't think you could ever relate to it, but Billy's playing time had diminished so much. The feeling was that he would just focus on hitting one-sided because he wasn't able to get enough playing time to stay sharp on both sides.
Yeah.
At any rate, he's a strikeout victim, out number 2, and now Gary Sanchez. Unless the Twins can pull off a miraculous comeback, it'll be missed opportunities that, as much as anything else, really cost them a ball game here this afternoon, and some fielding errors that led to a lead the Angels carried most of the way. Here's a deep drive down the left field line, but foul. Houston beat Baltimore 6-3 in 11 innings. Another tough loss for the Orioles in extras against the league's best team. And Seattle down to their last out, giving up 11 runs in the 6th inning. They're trailing Kansas City 13-12. If the Orioles had managed to win last night and tonight, that game at Kauffman Stadium might have been really, really costly for Seattle, but looks like they'll still have a 4-game lead. 2-2 to Sanchez. Three and two. Nick Gordon on deck. And it is a final. One of the worst collapses in Seattle history. And an 11-2 lead, and they end up losing it to the Royals 13-12, giving up 11 runs in the 6th inning. That'll end the game. The Angels took 2 out of 3 from the Twins in Anaheim, and they've taken 2 out of 3 from the Twins here in Minneapolis.
Now the day started out where it really could be a good launching point for the Twins to finish the rest of the season, going into a White Sox series here on Tuesday, and the Twins just unable to play a crisp game in any of the seemed like any of the respects, any categories of baseball. They made some errors. Some balls fell in the outfield they shouldn't have. Couldn't hit with runners on base very well. Just couldn't drive them in. So just not a great ball game today for the Twins. They'll have an off day tomorrow. Come out with some real motivation playing the White Sox on Tuesday.
Long, disappointing game here at Target Field. A day off tomorrow. Coming up next, the Twins Live postgame show.